Check, check, 1, 2. Let's see if this thing will. I'm still having issues with my no, just stay over there. I'll try it from here. Check, 1, 2, mic check. Dude, we're coming right off this open right here. Good morning. How y'all doing out there? I don't know how I'm going to do this here. Like that. Just give me 1 second here, guys. I'm a little still having some issues with this new office. See. Give me like a few minutes here. I'm a little bit early to the show, too. I got to get this one thing done here. Market recovering this morning. We had a down day on Thursday and Friday. Mostly, I was expecting on, at least by Friday, to hit 6:30. Go down here and take a peek at this. Sit in the middle of writing something right now. Here's on Thursday and Sunday. We came up here and traded 62.89, 62.89.12, something like that. I would have expected more, and I was hoping for more into Friday's close to at least ping it, to slap this 6,300. And we had an auction. We had a 30-year auction that was not, I don't know if I'd say it was bad, but due to supply and debt, the market sold on Thursday and then into Friday. Let's go up here and take a look at this really quick. Into this trigger screen. So you can see both days of this selling. Here's Friday. This is brutal right here. Friday morning, 4 a.m., blast us down, and then just keep selling us on Friday. So on Thursday close right here, everything looked fine and normal into this close. It's at 6 p.m. And then here in comes the anvil, right? Slam it down on into Thursday and a Friday. And this Friday bond auction wasn't ill received due to tariffs, but it was ill received due to new debt in the market. So we'll take a look at that today. We're looking at the 10-year. We're going to look at the 10-year, the 30-year, the steepening of the curve. But the market is recovering this morning off the bell. We'll see if we can go up here and then trade us down one more time. Let's take a look at this together here. One quick second. Let's talk about a few changes to charts. Some of you may have seen this already inside of our Elliott wave counts, but have never seen it on our normal SPY charts. You're going to get rules for this box down below, and then where accumulation levels are in the gray area. and the fact that if we're going up in accumulation or if we're in distribution. So you get that this morning, but just off this opening bell, if you're waiting to see what happens here, it's now 9:30. Market squeezing higher. We're going to look for a rejection though above at 624.87. Give me just one quick second here. I got to get this one thing. I'm in the middle of typing this thing up this morning, and it's been a pain in the ass that I haven't been able to get past here for a minute. Just want to have the stream up for you so you could see this this opening bell here. Give me like 1 second here in the background.
EU Trade Chief Šefčovič says the EU and US are working to find a solution for Section 232 tariffs. So Trade Chief Šefčovič says the plan is to confer with US counterparts later on Monday on the state of play. Šefčovič says, I believe there is still potential to continue US trade negotiations. Šefčovič has said it was clear from EU ministers that we would need to go for, again, just repeating that we would need to go for rebalancing measures if US discussions fail. Adding any US deal has to be acceptable to EU members and European Parliament. So just a reminder for today in the crypto space, at 4 p.m. Eastern time, you have the House Committee on Rules that will be discussing Anti-CBD Surveillance State Act, Digital Asset Market Clarity Act 2025, Guiding and Establishing National Innovation for U.S. Stablecoins Act, and the Department of Defense Appropriations Act.
A few more minutes there, guys.
So Tesla shares hit 2-week high after Musk says he does not support a merger between company and XAI. So last up 1.3%.
That's not right either. Tight air. It's 1600 over there. Almost there, guys. Hold on. That yield is still over on 10 or on 4.9. That yield's come down.
10-year yield last down slightly, about
10 years.
4.411%.
30 years down today.
Yields turning lower. 10-year yield last slightly down at about 4.411%.
Yeah, yield is down too. That yield is going to be what rolls us over. This is the 10-year I'm looking at down here. I like missing that 10-year and that 30-year there. Calendar Pro.
US Treasury 30-year yields further move away from 5% level, last down about 4.955%. Also, the Philadelphia Semiconductor Index down 2.2%.
I'm still having issues. I've got like the blue bar of death or something on this side.
Also, a reminder at the top of the hour, Trump and NATO's rut are due to speak. So, Trump participating in a meeting with Secretary General of NATO Rutte at the Oval Office in closed press. So, probably won't get a video. We'll try and find one and pop it on the feed if we do find one.
What? Is this trade? It says here like a trading view updates. Maybe that's why nothing's working. It's saying I have to update. Okay. Hmm. Almost there, guys. It's a few minutes. I'll be right back with you guys. Hold on. Oh, no. Shit. Uh-oh. That's all wrong. This whole thing, like, none of this is working. Oh. Like, when I save this, none of this stuff saves. It's like half of it saves, half of it doesn't.
Surely expecting the meeting between NATO's Rutte and Trump. No live video has been found for it, but it is supposed to be held at 10 a.m.
I don't.
time. We'll keep looking.
This is all wrong. All wrong. So we can do it again. Okay, we'll try it again. Save. I at least want them to show, and they're not showing. See if that shows. Did you figure out the PDF thing or no?
Voice news disconnected.
All right, I apologize for that break this morning. I got like technical issues in the background going on for me on TradingView and on the website here. Just a quick second here, guys. I'm still working on it right now. I'm still having issues on this.
So just a heads up from Fox News, apparently. So the meeting between Trump and NATO is going to be televised. So hopefully we should be able to find a video then.
I'm listening in here in the background, guys. If I find that live stream, I'll put it up.
So I think there is going to be the video on Fox News. So we'll wait for the video to start and we'll pop it out in the feed for you.
I'm looking to see if there's a reaction up here at 6:24:92. So you can see this here, 10 a.m. Look to see if there's a rejection above it, 6:24:80 and 6:24:92. Two-year. You did? I'm still here, guys. Can you do that? be careful here. The 10 years coming back again right now. Sideways, baby. No, we should roll here soon. Give me a second here. I'm taking a stab at it back here. I don't know if I can get 617. Since they want a Fed gut, do you think they'll dump the market on CPI, PPI? That's a good question. It wouldn't be just CPI, PPI, though. We're in seasonality for bonds as it is. And they're like, the market's angry because of, it's not angry. There's just more, there's more demand in the 30-year. So it's the season of the bond market, of course, to start with, and then it's the season of volatility. So you're going to expect volatility already, right? We have season of volatility, season of the bonds. We have most of our bond strength comes in late June, early July, in both the 30-year, the 10-year, and also the 2-year. It's more, I wouldn't say it's more of a, like, if you look at like unrealized and realized volatility, you've got unrealized volatility tied into the 10 and 30-year, but it's more of it's because of the debt created by the big beautiful bill. Now, of course, on the flip side of that, we still are due inflation readings and jobs data. You'll get knee-jerk reactions from those bad numbers, but not necessarily new market paradigm from that data. And you also have like the administration wants a rate cut, and the 6-month bills. So if you guys don't know this, like the 6-month bills were, the auction was on the 10th of July. The auction ends on the 17th of July. Don't quote me on all of this exact, but I think that's what it is. So the auction began on the 10th. It closes on the 17th. The 6-month bill yield tracks the effective funds rate, and so on that auction, you would expect here. I'll show it to you down here. I'm looking at it right now. So you would expect this. This is the 6-month bill, right? It's the auction started on the 10th, somewhere back here. Now it closes on somewhere in here. Now it closes on the 17th, but the 6-month bill yield has not come down, is my point. And that yield coming down would imply. Why is my screen so dark? Let me go back over here. So that if that yield had come down on the 10th or anytime from there until now, you would expect a cut from the Fed. Now, we do have a speech on Monday of next week from Jerome, and then we get to the FOMC rate decision. Now, you might be thinking that this is tied towards, or you might be thinking that the knee-jerk from the 10 and 30 is tied towards, let's say, tariff inflation, but it's not. It's tied to good old inflation, as I like to call it, like good old inflation. Inflation continues to, the rate of inflation can change, but inflation continues to go up, especially in bull markets. When we're in disinflation, of course, that's not good for bull markets, right? But you've got some inaction from the Fed, of course. At this moment, you've got inaction from the Fed, a refusal to cut anything, as far as we know. The 6-month bill is not saying to expect a cut, and that would mean you'd be looking now towards September or October for a rate cut, which is, the knee-jerk reaction off of that. If you don't cut a series of cuts in a row, maybe just one cut, 25 BPS, 50 BPS, something like that. The initial knee-jerk is an upside move in the market typically or historically, unless we're not on a cutting schedule. Cutting schedule is usually bad. The Fed start cut rates regularly, normally marks roll in the markets, and then we're heading to the downside. But as of right now, if you're a bull, I know you don't want to hear this, but if you're a bull, outside of knee-jerk reactions, you want the Fed to not cut, believe it or not. They could cut here and there or raise or pause, but you don't want the Fed on a series of cuts, which I think there's a huge divide in what people think of that. Whenever I've looked back, and historically, whenever I've looked back on rate cut cycles, right, or rate hiking cycles, once you come into the stop or, hey, we're at the top of our expected rate hiking cycle, when you pause and you give one cut, maybe even one rate hike, so you get one cut, right? We're not going to cut anymore, just one cut. You get an initial knee-jerk, hey, this is awesome. Believe it or not, we go down. If you got a rate hike, believe it or not, like a rate hike, like right now, or September, the initial knee-jerk would be down, but it would maintain the market, believe it or not, because it says that the Fed is paying attention to, well, number one, that the consumer can handle another rate hike, but also that the Fed is still fighting one, either jobs or inflation, one or the other, right? It's either one or the other. And jobs probably matters more than even inflation, if you think about it. So we're heading into the season of volatility, season of the bond market right now. We're already aware of this. There's probably some people last week that thought, oh, we're unclenching. We unclenched on Friday. We were expecting on Vixpiration and OPEX or month end, but in truth, you're not getting an unclench. This is not an unclench. If you think that this is, it is not. There's probably, I think there's probably a bear manifesto trying to draw out what that unclench is going to look like. But unless there's something material to the market, we should stay in line here, accumulate and buy for a higher move to the upside. To trade that 630 and higher, believe it or not. But within that, you've got to remember that you've got some mechanical stuff in the background going on. We already know that the market is due to roll. Like we knew this, 2 weeks ago, right? Kind of know that, right? In July, middle of July, we start trading sideways, summer doldrums. We get an unclench. There's probably a lot of people thinking market has unclenched. It unclenched on Thursday and Friday. Haha, no more highs for you. You're all trapped or something like that. If you're at a call spread right now from last week, those are dated for July 18th. We still have, I think, 3 more days left until the 18th of July. This market should not unclench. This market should stay up at least into OPEX. And if not, Vixpiration, if not OPEX, or maybe even possibly closer to the end of the month as we get closer to the FOMC meeting. And we do have that Monday Jerome speech. I don't know if that would include a rate cut or not. I haven't seen what that speech is, if it's just like some kind of economic form of some kind. But you shouldn't see a major unclench now at any point until we start to hit the consumption and decision on those trades, on those next trades. So when you come into the end of OPEX, end of month, you'll see traders and investors absorb the new information and then make a decision as to where we go from there. I think it's down, but I don't think you're going to see, like, none of this is unexpected is my point. This is all expected stuff. So if there is a bear case, if you're looking at the 30-year auction, I would point you towards what Wolf Richter's take on it was, which was threefold. The first one is the Fed doing what they're supposed to do? You also have inaction from the Fed, and then you've got some lame duck conversation wanting to come into that. So the bond market's seeing that. We also have the big, beautiful bill, which is the debt. The literal debt in our country is exploding. And to pay for that, we're paying for it with the 30-year, right? And the third one would be uncertainty based around new information. We get numbers for jobs and for inflation coming out this week and next week. So you have unrealized volatility and then volatility thereafter, right? So you price in this unrealized volatility surrounding can the bond market handle this new debt? Is the Fed inactive or can't be in action, or are they lame duck? All that kind of stuff. And are we getting a rate cut or not? Because of two different trades, right? You dangle the carrot, you're getting a rate cut, you're getting a rate cut, you're getting a rate cut. And of course, there hasn't been a rate cut, has there? There's been nothing. We've just been parked sideways here. This is the 6-month and the effective funds rate. Now, we're also coming into the season of strength for the bond market, right? So the bond market's going to say, hey, we got some strength coming in. We've got all this new spending coming in, right? And are these buyers going to show up? They are. They're showing up. If you don't know that, they are. They're showing up. In particular, Europeans are showing up to buy this debt. But I guess my greater point to you would be the bare thesis that the bond market can't handle this debt, and they're going to be angry with Jerome, and so we're going to zero. You should expect that already. We should expect this. We're coming into the season, right? We're coming into September, October, November. There will be a reason. It won't be just them either. You've got companies that report Q3 that know if they can or will air dirty laundry that they will. So I don't think there's anything unexpected or price action wise or anything like that you wouldn't wake up with some volatility one day or one morning or next week or even the week thereafter. If you wake up on expiration morning and we start selling the open big red bars down, there should be no one out there saying, why is this happening? On some kind of an unclench into our fall season. Now, whether we get that unclench now or into later in time into like September, October, November, or whatever, it remains to be seen. But you know that people are gunning for that right now, right? They want to see the doom, I don't know, last Thursday, last Wednesday. They want to see it today. It's always like today, I want it right now. It should be more of a series of events that roll us over and down, but not just one, is my point. You're not going to get just a 30-year bond auction, and that was the top of the market. That's it. We're done. It's just not how it works. Not how it works. So I'm assuming that's what you're all talking about in the Discord right now. No, I think, you know what? I think it was more. I think it was this weekend. That's a good point. So it seems like inflation fear went out the window and came in recession fear. So I want you to know something. There's no data over this week. I want this, or Friday, Saturday, Sunday, right? There's no information out there. There's none. It's fluff pieces all weekend. I watched it all come in over the weekend. It was just like fluff, 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 fluff. No data, no charts, no nothing. And so everything is based on inflation and a couple things here too. Let me explain some things to you here. Like inflation, right? The market can go up with inflation other than knee-jerk reactions. Bears hate telling you that. If inflation rises, guess what? The stock market can go up. Say it to you again. If inflation rises, the stock market doesn't go to zero. Okay? And some other things here too. Tariffs. I know that you're told something completely different, but tariffs are a one-time hit. One-time hit. When we get tariffs, they're a one-time hit. Every time you get a tariff, it's a one-time hit. That's what it is. And there comes a point where the consumer will reject tariffs. And who will eat those? The producers eat them, the companies, the corporations, the CEOs. They end up eating those tariffs once the consumer has been beaten up to a point where they can't handle them anymore. And I know that you might think that the consumer can't handle them anymore because maybe in your life you can't handle them anymore. But the data suggests otherwise. Wages have kept up with the rate and rise of inflation that continues to go higher. It's going higher every single day, right? So until the consumer has been beaten up, they will continue to attempt to pass tariffs on to you. Once you're beaten up, you say, nope, I'll have no more to do with this. You'll start to see companies, CEOs, etc., act or react to those things. But the consumer is still good. right now. I know you don't want to hear that, but that's the truth. And we have major change. We have major change going on. We're spending money. The deficit is going up. I read something this weekend that I thought was hilarious. I read a story that said it was very cool. It said, here, I'm going to read to you what it said, or the commentary. I'm going to read this to you. I thought this was great because people can't remove one hat for the other. They're stuck in their politics, their Main Street hats, and not the truth. It disagrees with their worldview. Let me read this to you because that was hilarious. And this shows you why you can't really trust Republicans or Democrats, neither of them. Let me read this to you now. Let me see if I can find this really quick. So this guy writes everyone does rate cut or increase analysis, but they forget that every increasing debt to 40 trillion within a few years will wreak havoc in markets in ways that cannot be forecasted, including servicing this debt and the 1 trillion plus mandatory payments. If Democrats get elected in 2028, their policies will accelerate debt. No one wants to increase taxes. Listen to that quote. Now, the response to that statement was, if Democrats ever get control of anything again, all Republicans will instantly convert from crazed spenders and debt doesn't matter promoters to fiscal hawks, and they will try to block all spending. And so the point that was being made in this conversation here was both parties spend. They love to spend. It's always spend more. And what do you need for a bull market to go up? Spending. You need increased debt limits. You need fiscal irresponsibility, and that's happening right now. Whether you want to agree with it or not, it doesn't matter. You can have any hat on that you want, and I don't think that it matters like this response was to who the party is. They all spend. That's what they do. The question only becomes, how do we handle that spending? It's probably not through rate cuts, is it? Right? Probably not through rate cuts if we're spending. So here, let me get you a link to this so you can read it. You can read this article. But over the weekend, let me post this in the Discord. So over the weekend, I'm looking for any news. I'm like, where's the Bear Manifesto? And the Bear Manifesto hinges upon the bonds, right? On bonds. Well, that's not American, but, bond market. And we're coming into the season of bonds. That's what we're coming into, seasonally. Simplified. Keep it simple, right? If you look at, here, let me show you something here. I don't know if I can post this here. I want to show you guys Treasury note cycles forecasts. The 2-year Treasury note cycle forecast bottoms right now. 30-year Treasury bond, that bottoms in July, but it really starts ramping later. And then the 10-year forecast bottoms right now too. End of June, early July. So the bond, I don't know if I'd call it bond vigilantes, but this is going to be their manifesto. The bond market's going to lead us lower. And not only that, you've got inflation readings, unemployment readings. You've got all these reasons to sell stonks. So you get that 30-year hot auction on Friday, and now you've got more readings coming out this week. So this is going to be the narrative, because I couldn't find any other narrative from anyone. Like, I couldn't find any narrative. And we're right at the beginning of earnings season. So we've got bank earnings are starting tomorrow, or generally speaking, start on Tuesday and Wednesday. And so, is there any other narrative? No, there's no other fucking narrative. The only narrative that you can have right now is the bond market. So you have to wait now for banks to report, right? So banks will set up tech earnings next week and the week after for the majority of tech, but you need like the story to be written. And there was no story written over this weekend. I looked everywhere. I couldn't find a story that was comprehensible by anyone other than the 30-year, which of course is not the story that's being told. I'm looking for the selling here. Let me just go back over here and take a look at this. Go take a look here. It's like, oh, nothing's happened, right? Literally, nothing's happened. Still sitting here in range. Let's go over a few changes too. Hold on here. So a few things for you to see. So we do this for Elliott wave projections, but not for market briefs. If you see a green arrow here, that means that we're in accumulation. Okay. If you want to see where the accumulation begins, or if we're in distribution, we're in accumulation still. The accumulation began down here at 592. We have this weekly low back here at 617.22. But this is a dotted yellow or a white line right here. Do you see this dotted yellow line? This is not, hey, I think we're going down here. That's where I think the deepest we can go is. And to be honest, I would like to see, even if we sell this, would like to see this 620 get held to go to the upside. So that should be the worst that we're in. So even if you wanted some kind of an unclench, you likely don't see it until Wednesday. Or even farther out in time, Friday or even closer towards month end. So I'm assuming this is the bear thesis here is 10-year or 30-year on Friday did this. And we're now just waiting for more inflation, and CPI will be held in, and bank earnings will be terrible. Do I think that's all true? Yeah, I do. I think that's all true. I think everybody is aware of a downside move for end of July. The question becomes: is it deeper than we expected? Is it, I don't know, down in July, then down in August, then down in September, then down in November? Which I'm assuming that's what like a seller wants to sell you, right? They just don't have the data yet to support it, do they? They don't have it. The only thing they got going for them is we're in the season of bonds, and we're in the season of volatility. Expect downside moves, and the 10 and the 30-year matter all of a sudden. Now there is there is an argument out there that we're going to get an early recession. I did read a piece about that about a week or two ago, but as far as price action is concerned, there's nothing you can do for it. The only thing, there was unactionable. So, what do? You put a hedge on. You put a seasonal hedge on, and that's about it. Have we rejected and made new lows off the hourly trigger? No. Should we roll? Yes. Is there anything worth chasing just yet? If you chase the hole on Friday, I'm sorry you're getting annihilated this morning. You got to put time on that hedge, and we're not even rejecting it yet and heading to the downside. As a matter of fact, IWM, the IWM and DIA look really bullish. They're not even supportive of any more down in S&P 500 or Qs. So this may be bottom. invariably this could be bottom today. 1 second here. Bring these back up. See if they try to come back in to sell this one right here. Yeah, I don't think an auction is going to move this train here to the downside. Let's bring that over there for you. I don't think that does it. I think it sets up the conversation for it, but I don't think that it's the unclench that you're looking for. I think the market is tied into monthly OPEX and Vixpiration. Well, I think we maybe get a little bit more down, but I think we're tied into OPEX, Vixpiration, month end, that kind of stuff. And of course, the dangling of the carrot of rate cuts, which I don't think you're getting. I haven't seen anything that says we're getting a rate cut at this meeting. Yeah, they're trying to write a story right now. I don't know. Their story. We know the story is gonna show itself. Like we already know that it happens every year. It's not really a question of if it happens or doesn't. But I don't think the data supports it just yet. Nor do I think that there's selling going on. Well, I mean, there's profit taking going on. But I don't see like that down red candle that you're probably trying to time out there. That was the top. Did anybody call the top on Friday, maybe? Any top callers on Friday? I'm assuming that there are, right? They're going to call them every down day we get. I'm going to assume that any down day we get is going to be, that's it. That's the top. That's the top. That's the top. They'll fucking call that shit out from now into the they'll do it until it does drop. They don't give a fuck. At this point, there's like all hands off. Like any down day, top. You just say that every day and say, I called it, and eventually you'll be right. All right. Here, I'll write up a little piece here about this. Hold on here. I'll write up a little piece about this and show you some of this stuff here. Hold on here. Yeah, it's like constantly, never fucking ending. Like, and there's no story here. There hasn't been a story. Like now they're pushing like, what if President Trump were to ask Powell to step down? I mean, I'll make a post right now for you guys. Hold on. It's kind of like, hold on here. So we have the season of bonds, right? As if on cue, though slightly earlier than Vixpiration and OPEX, the market was able to unclench slightly on Friday, which of course led to bears breaking out the doom charts over the weekend. The reason for the weakness, though, was due to the 30-year auction, and more importantly, the bond market having to absorb giant debt created by the big beautiful bill. Some inaction by the Fed and not action. And this is not tariff inflation. This is normal seasonal inflation. you know, the kind that is always there. And as we enter a historically weak part of the year for equities, in a strong part of the year for inflation, knee-jerk and bearish reactions to an uptick in inflation should be expected. Of course, more shit is thrown in the pot. Yeah, more shit is thrown in the pot. Like Jerome is a lame duck, and SPY now trading 624.14. Upside target expectations 624.80. Right into 1 p.m. We'll see if the sellers knock on the door one more time. Bear rage everywhere, right? Yeah, it's like I gotta fend off the. Hold on here. That's right, right back in trend. Utter rage right now. I'm just waiting for this upside target here. 624 and change. And we'll see if there's a back test and a hold. Ooh. Look at this. Oh boy. Nice fucking bottom here, huh? We'll see if we can get one more leg down. We might be able to get one more leg on Tuesday. It's possible. We'll see if it holds up or not. Still another half an hour until new flows come into the market. I'm wondering if everybody's short. They're going to get run over. Well, like that's a good question. How do bonds affect the market? Negatively right now. That's a good question. Is it permanent though? Is the bigger question. Is it a full directional change, or are you pricing in that negativity into the stock market? Two different things, right? Do they let's start at the top line. So if we start top line, right? July or the July OPEX is typically a time to take profits in the market. It's a big take profit time. We have the beginning of Q3 earnings, right? And then you've got expected seasonal weakness sometime in July, August, September. Sometimes it extends in October, November, like first week of November, the latest. That's usually the ass end of the range. So you're going to expect, coming into this, even just last week, you're going to expect seasonally, you're going to expect a case made for the bond market. So does that mean what is the case for the bond market? I'm going to tell you something much worse than is going to happen, right? If I tell you we're going to trade 630, we probably trade 628.50, right? We won't trade that 630. If everybody's positioned for it, we typically don't. We roll down once that expiry comes through. You'll see the move higher and to trade those higher numbers. But generally speaking, there's this bear case. And for this seasonally downtime of the market. So you're going to see everything get thrown out. I mean, the kitchen sink will come out. You're going to see companies that want to unload bad news. They will unload bad news on a high on their earnings day, right? You'll get a nice little run up, especially if they're already being run up, and then you'll see a sell the news kind of an action. So you have different participants in this market right now. So some are trying to take profit. Some are trying to get short. Some are looking for a seasonal low to buy. So you don't know where everybody is on all of this, but they don't have the reason yet for that significant roll. And you need that reason. So you got to start the case. How do you start the case? You start with seasonality, right? So that's your first base. So your next question is, if we're at the end of what seasons? One of them is NASDAQ. Has NASDAQ reported yet? No. Are we going to sell NASDAQ down into before they report? I don't know, for people, for the shits and giggles, for, I don't know, I want this, or I need this, or I want this to happen, or I want to have a booyah moment. I always call them booyah moments. We gotcha. Like a gotcha moment. Do they happen? Sure, they do. Is it anything where you started a trade there to begin with? No. You're long from much lower. You're buying dips, and you're waiting for that unclench. Should a 30-year auction be the start of that unclench? Maybe it's the U, but it's not the N, the CLENCH of the unclench. Should you expect volatility? Yeah, you should expect to have down days. You should expect to have a 1% down day, at least one day here and there on scheduled events, right? We've got FOMC, we've got OPEX, expiration, month end, all those kind of things. But I'm going to show you something right here. I'm going to assume here, if you're just looking at traditional charting, I'm going to assume here. Now, this is trend right here, right? So here's trend. You know, and I want to see 6:30 Friday. I wanted to see this on Friday. This didn't happen, did it? Nope. Fuck you down. 6:30 is still on board, though. You know, it's still here. There has been no trend break. And I want to show you this just right here, just simple trend. I'm open to more down. Like, reject this, maybe even make another leg down, but I still think we're on trend here, heading up and to the right. And I don't think anything takes us off trend until we get into much bigger events. You're going to need a mix, like a blend of expiration over here, OPEX, month end, and maybe some sprinkles of bad inflation data, bad jobs data, maybe a Fed chair that's hawkish or something more hawkish maybe. But the story begins to be written back here, right? You know, the question becomes, do we drop here, or drop up here at 650? As of right now, the options market is well hedged and positioned to trade this 640 and this 650. Soon. Not later. Sooner. And let me ask you another question here. You know, if you're looking to stay in this larger trend down here, right? You've got this much larger trend starting even lower here, right? See this trend right here? You know, these guys want to get started like now, right? They want to get down here, right? Get us into this trend, right? Maybe we're trading 620 now for OPEX, 600, 610, 620. And then they want to roll you down even farther. What they don't want to see is this up here, do they? They don't want to see this like upside move. And then your down move for end of month is only 600, 592. You know, they want to get this thing going right now, right? You know what they want. You know what they want, right? Doom, constant doom, never-ending doom. But, you know, just looking at this traditionally, we're still on trend, aren't we? Nothing's changed. You know, are you buying these dips on the way up is the bigger question. And are we rejecting the hourly trigger with new lows? Nope, we're not. You know, we're on the same accumulation here. Up, bought it all here. Right? Bought it all here, bought it all here. And, you know, if you're really looking for, you know, in some ways you're looking for that break of the this hourly trigger. And, you know, more lows, right? Each one you need a new low, and we're not catching it. So there's not one right here. You wanted to have seen a new low right here. That didn't happen. Right? Up again. And the same thing right here. All right, got a nice little low underneath, and it's squeezing once again. So is this the liquidity grab? It's possible. It's possible as a liquidity grab for more down right in here. But if we reject this and hold, we're going moonshot, aren't we? Right, we're going moonshot. So we'll watch for this back test in here, see if this holds up. I'm even willing to give more. Like I actually think it's okay for us to trade this. Well, maybe not this deep, but like 618. Remember, this is a 1 minute chart here. So, you know, this is just a wick, right? Maybe we can get down this deep. Maybe. But the way is higher. Whatever this back test is over here, it's probably gonna show we're not even going that low. But I want you to remember who's screaming on Sunday that the market's unclenching and it's rolling. We ain't going nowhere. We ain't going nowhere. Oh, nice, Brad. You're hiking in Utah today? Heck yeah, brother. I love you. I love the Wasatch Mountains. That's you're doing the front, the Wasatch Front today. Yeah, everybody's getting back into town. I think Bork left on vacation yesterday. I think Joe gets back today from vacation. I think vacations are being wrapped up right now. Missing over here. If there was a takeaway, Vol, was that does like bring up another point I was just posting inside the Discord that if there is a takeaway, it's probably that no one is positioned for it. More hair on fire. Let's see if they can roll this one more time here. See if we can take another stab at it here. Hold on here. Yeah, with all this new inflation, with all of the upcoming, not notably also roll into jobs numbers in an early week Jay Powell speech. Following week, with Monday. And wrap up the month with a Fed rate decision on Wednesday the 4th. With all of this new inflation and jobs data due, along with new spending, I'll lay it out for you right now. So this is all a backdrop to an expected bond market resurgence. Our story is almost required to be written. The question remained, though, over the weekend, is the market unclenching? And the answer is no. There's no story that can be written for it. The short answer is yes, but likely not due to the bond market. The trend remains intact. Potential unclench would need more than the absorption of new debt in this case. It is still likely tied to expiration and OPEX and month end. Once those trades clear, the market will or can position to absorb whatever bear manifesto forms over the coming weeks. If there is one, it is likely tied to upcoming jobs and inflation data and action from the Fed. You've already heard people arguing that the Fed chair is, a lame duck, or what if Trump asks? I got a post right in front of me. I'll read it to you right now. Hold on, I'll post it. I'll post there. I'll read it to you first. What if President Trump were to ask Powell to step down? A few thoughts on the potential market implications from George Sarvelos from Douchebank, right? Well, I'll post this for you really quick. Let me see if I make this bigger. These guys are, hold on here. does it matter if Jerome Powell steps down or is asked to step down or not? No, it's just creating the fodder for uncertainty. A very senior member of the Trump administration a few days ago sent a letter to Fed Chair. Here, let me just post this for you so you can read it yourselves first. Hold on here. I mean, it's almost comical at this point. So you've got, a way to think about this. You got the seasonality of volatility. You've got the seasonality of the bond markets. You got the 10 and the 30 year acting up on Friday, right? You've got steepening in the curve going on too. But then you've got other ruminations here. You get, what if, or I'm going to read this to you. I'll read this to you on stream. Hold on here. A very senior member of the Trump admin a few days ago sent a letter to Fed Chair Powell asking whether he misrepresented facts to Congress with regards to the costly renovation of the Fed headquarters. Some are arguing that this is opening up a legal avenue for President Trump to remove Chair Powell for cause. What if this happens and President Trump asks Powell to leave? We offer a few different thoughts on market implications. First, the market is arguably currently pricing a very low probability of this happening. So right away, this article is telling you that it's not going to happen. But we need the fodder. We need the story, the narrative. Direct odds of Powell departure are below 20%, while the distinctive kink in the money market curve in Q2 is suggestive of investors focusing on the shift in monetary policy from next year rather than imminently. Finally, the broad dollar has been stable over the past couple of weeks, though front-end inflation expectations have moved a little higher recently. Again, there's that next piece, right? Inflation, right, is moving slightly higher. Now, you got to think about, is that inflation normal, seasonal inflation, or is it tariff inflation? And I've never seen... I've seen tariffs get sticky, be sticky and persistent, but only when the consumer feels as though they can handle that said tariff inflation. And that tariff inflation comes, or how do I explain this better? That tariff, and let me see what you guys are doing here. So you got to understand that it doesn't matter the form of inflation. It's always there. And it'll always be there. Generally speaking, unless you cannot no longer handle it. And it comes in various forms. You'll see clamor from different entities to take that extra wealth that you have away from you. Try to make this simple. So I want you to think about it like this. There are government employees at every level of government, at your city, at your county, at your state, at a federal level. Then there are corporations. And what they do is they see, hey, what can they afford? Then there's producers. What can they afford to spend? And we're going to raise prices until they can no longer afford this spend. Now that creeps into every aspect of life. It creeps everywhere. My county says to me, I need this money. My city says we're going to raise your your sales tax. The state says we're going to raise your income tax. Your county says we're going to raise property taxes. Everybody does these raising of inflation until you can no longer afford it. And so that permeates, right? And everyone wants to have a bad guy. Everybody wants to say it's tariffs that are doing it. Tariffs are the reason that this is going on. The real reason that's going on is because the consumer is robust. Consumer is robust. So the federal government in this case is anticipating that you're robust. So they're going to raise tariffs. We all pay the price for that, don't we? Until we no longer can, and they'll no longer push. The same thing goes for corporations. They will constantly push and push and push and push. We've been in a disinflation environment, even though you're told that we're not. I read this everywhere. People are like, inflation's so high because of Biden. Biden. It's high because of Biden. So we walk around and regurgitate that, right? Inflation is high. It's because of the Democrats. But in fact, inflation has come down, hasn't it? And it not only has it come down to acceptable levels, and it constantly goes up and up and up, even in that inflationary environment, even though we're disinflationary on a higher time frame. We also have seasonal inflation, which is normal inflation that comes in the market. It typically comes in the summertime. Typically comes in like June, July. You usually see a bottoming in the oil markets. You'll see a bottoming in the bond market. And we normally have new spending that comes into the market. And so you'll see bonds react positively, typically, to absorb that debt. We pay all of our debt, don't we? You know that, right? They're going to people tell you that we don't, but we're a sovereign nation. We can create money and pay our debt, can't we? Right? You know that we're a sovereign nation. We're the reserve currency for the world. Even though that's weakening, we still are. And even though we might not get U.S. dollars, we're getting gold bullion to pay that debt off too, right? We discussed that last week, I think, on Thursday. So you're already getting the narrative being written, is my point. You get the narrative. I just posted for you a narrative inside of the Discord. Hey, what if Trump does ask Jerome to step down? What if he does start that fight? What if we lose Jerome Powell? How bad is that for the market? Right? Does the market get unraveled due to Jerome either being considered a lame duck through inaction at this Fed policy meeting, or from Trump exerting or attempting to exert legal power over the chair position from the executive authority? Fascinatingly, on that same topic, I wonder if Democrats would cede that authority back if Trump won that assertion of power against the Fed. And I have that question for you too. I wonder, because I don't think anyone wants to give power back once they get it. I think if Trump took it back, I don't think you see Democrats wanting to give it back either. I don't think it matters who's in power to give or take power. Once it's taken, it stays. I noticed that a lot about economic policy between Biden and Trump. I didn't see a lot of economic policy shift from Trump 1.0 to Biden. I didn't see it in his presidency. I was like, this is interesting. Everything is now okay, and none of Trump policies have basically been altered. There's been some adjustment to some of his tariffs and tariff war with China, but most of it's been the same from president to president to president to president. In general, it's remained the same. So we have a thesis being written right now. The thesis with the 10-year and the 30-year. It involves three things that are, in some cases, fake. Some of it is real, though. New demand from new debt, right? New deficit needs to be absorbed. It has to be. But we don't see any signs in smaller run bills indicating or hinting that we're going to get any kind of rate cuts in response to this, right? And the last part would be Fed Chair Powell. We're going to lose him, remove him. So you put in like this idea that, hey, we've got the new debt, we've got new deficit, right? You know that we're coming into bond seasonality. We need some color. If I'm a bond guy, not necessarily a bond vigilante, but I'm a bond trader. I'm going to write a manifesto. I'm going to say to you, okay, we got a bunch of unemployment numbers coming out. Got a bunch of inflation numbers coming out. We've got a Fed meeting coming out, right? We got a Fed rate decision. We've got bond seasonality. We got end of July. Let's add some more color, and they don't have any color. The best they can do at this moment, is what? Jobs numbers and inflation numbers we don't have yet. Just don't even have them yet. And the second one would be Jerome Powell. Another resurgence of a conversation of losing Jerome Powell. And even that, this white paper that you're reading here says right in the beginning, this is all bullshit, but we need this to give you some doom. We need to begin to write that story. I don't think that provides enough to scare anybody for current pace and where we are in the market. I don't see it. Market is positioned quite appropriately in my view. We haven't lost anything. We're on a dip. It was bought again this morning, a new week. Right away this morning. See if we can catch another pullback. Week is on track to go higher. So you need to get some better news than that is my point. If you were going to have like a bear thesis, you start with absorbing the new debt. And then we look towards what? We have to look and wait towards what? Expiration OPEX, month end, people closing and repositioning themselves between now and that time period. We also probably need a sprinkling of earnings, right? Get some bank earnings going. If we can get some bad ERs from the banks, and we start selling, we could sell into tech earnings, hopefully, right? And then get the story rolling. But until then, it's not there. It's just not there yet. So you would need to see these banks begin to report negative earnings, and then you would need to see inaction from the Fed, and you would need to see Trump to come out and say these things publicly, or not publicly, maybe go to a court and start this stuff. And you need like all of these pieces to come together to trigger that roll to the downside. And I think a lot of people are also questioning when does that roll begin? Where does it end? That kind of stuff. And there's no real true answer on that stuff. It's not today. I can tell you that. It's not Friday. I would be looking for that information to come out and for these events to take place. We want to see expiration happen, OPEX happen, Fed meeting, all this data. And you want to be hedged into this data too on a high that you feel comfortable with. And so what's the lowest we should go? As of right now, 592. That's unless that bear case can pick up some legs, which it possibly can. I mean, if you trade that 92, we get a bounce. Then we can try to trade lower to 60s and 80s or whatever. But, as long as we're in trend, they're going to buy that fucking dip is the point. And they bought the dip this morning, and they're likely going to continue to buy this dip into, every summer it's the same way. It's like rage that we're going to crash and we're going to moon. And instead we stay on trend, trade sideways and up. You buy a dip and you wait for it to print. And then when you get into these events, you start going more so risk off, or you're hedged, but we're not there yet. Like we're not on expirations not till Wednesday. First report's not till Tuesday. OPEX isn't until Friday. Fed meeting. We have a Jerome Powell speech on Monday of next week. And we have an FOMC meeting on the 30th. We get a bunch of data between now and then, but that could add some color to that stuff. But there's no unclench. We're in the middle of summer. People are on vacation. I'm telling you, this is the quietest time of the year. If there was like a quiet time for the year, it's the last couple weeks. Not much going on. And probably people want something more to happen, right? You want to see this, like, I don't know, down 4% day, 3%, 2 days, whatever the fuck it is, 2-3 days down. You want to call the top of it and, booyah bulls, we got you early. This market could blast. It could invariably blast up. Let me check something real quick here. Let me count the days here. Let me show you guys something here in the background. There is a little bit of reining in of upside potential. 6,500 is weakening right now. $6,400 is becoming more or sorry, 6,300 is now the prominent pin into expiration OpX, but that doesn't mean calls don't get rolled higher either. Let me bring some of this over for you. You can see here just on net gamma, 6,300 is becoming more prominent. There's no more rolling going on to 6,400. And then this 6,500 is prominent, but not prominent enough. So 6,300 remains the pin right now. Now, we don't know if people are going to roll higher or not. They were rolling higher, and there was positivity last week. We had higher strikes on 64 and 6,500 than 63. But you can see this is look at this 6,300 here, huge pin into OpX. Now I want to show you something that's kind of counter to. Let's look at SPX seasonality, and I want to show you this here. You know, this is grinding sideways and up into the 170th day of the year. This is no pullbacks. Grind, small pullback into the 152nd day. I don't know if we can do this right now or not, if we're going to roll down now or not. But even if we don't, and we're just holding trend the entire way, that's not conducive to the market going to the depths of hell, is it? Let me show you this in relation to in relation to a traditional chart. You know, so if you're just looking for major pullbacks here, you know, that would mean, you know, we're staying on trend. And trend even right now is, I mean, there's 600, right? And even if you grind all this up or even just stay sideways and come down to 90, or excuse me, 600 or even 90, which is even lower than this trend, we still remain on trend. We're leaving behind, for now, you know, we're leaving behind even, like this is 600 right here. You know, or even if it gets later in time, it's not that big correction that everybody is looking for. Let's look at it on another chart here. You know, this accumulation is way down here. This is 74. This is 92. You got a weekly trigger even at or already at 582. Let's see what this move would be down here. Where's 6,300? That's a 6% move right there. That's pretty significant, right? That's 6%. You know, they want the move now. You know, they want this like down here, wake up this morning, blast down here, no recovery, come out for, you know, horrible August, September, November. But they most definitely don't want us to see price up here for the sell. into month end. This is the 16th. Here we go. 16th over here. Yeah, they most definitely don't want to see this grind higher, and these earnings be good either. Your 6% starts to look like, yeah, maybe we'll close 607. Maybe the best case scenario would be 600. And then the weekly trigger here and here. I'm sure you guys want this one down here, 574, but I don't see it being. You need to start writing a story. Is my point, and you're not getting that story with absorbing new debt and spend and fiscal irresponsibility. I just don't think it's going to happen like that. So we'll see. We'll see if we'll see if you get that start, if you get it going, but I don't think so. Let me read the rest of this to you because it's kind of ironic that this is already being written. Seller's trying to step in one more time at 12. Upside target is 624.80. Still hasn't been achieved yet. That doesn't look like sellers either, does it? Does that look like sellers? That looks like pretty green. It looks like a lot of fucking accumulation. Come on there. Over there. So just moving on from that. The short answer is yes, but likely not due to the bond market. Potential unclench would need more than absorption of new debt in this case, and is still likely tied to expiration OPEX and month ends. Once those trades clear, the market will position to absorb whatever bear manifesto forms over the coming weeks. There is one that is likely tied to upcoming jobs and inflation data and inaction by the Fed. Meanwhile, though, panic sets in at tops and bottoms of range. You'll see panic at, like when we're in range, you'll see panic and at the tops and the bottoms. But on that front, there are upcoming events that may help with the unwinding, could help with the 10-year, 30-year doom. Tuesday, the 15th of July, we get CPI data. And that does impact the 10 and 30 year. On Wednesday, we get PPI data. We also get Vixpiration on Wednesday. So if you're looking for a little bit of doom, this could help feed that 10-year, 30-year argument from Friday. Right? So this is unrealized volatility. Then on Thursday, we get retail sales, typically a bear event. But what else is important about retail sales? Do you know? Services make up our largest inflation data, not taxation, but services. Inflation has been mooning. So that portion of retail sales data that we get released on Thursday could be a little bit more like information for that unclench, spelling that unclench out that we want to spell. Now on Friday the 18th, we get building permits and housing starts. Then we get Michigan consumer sentiment. That's all on this Friday. Now with all of that new inflation and jobs data, we also get jobs data coming out. Jolts is on next week at some point. We're going to take a look at that. Let me just check this, make sure I get this right. The 18th, we get out of there, right? And then Tuesday, we get a Fed speech on Tuesday of Jerome Powell. But then we get claims data on Thursday, the 24th. And we get jolts, too, which comes out the 29th. So you'll get inflation data this week, then jolts data next week. And then we get the 3-month that ends on the 17th. And is likely the source of this new like bear thesis. Let me write this down here. Hold on. It's actually Tuesday, not Wednesday, or not Monday. Where did I see his early week speech? What am I missing here? That's at 8:30 a.m. Yeah, another notable part about this week is that we've got 5 weeks. We've got 3 full weeks and 2 short weeks in this month. This is likely the source of larger bearish knee-jerk reactions into middle month. In sum, we consider removal of chair power as one of the largest underpriced event risks over the coming months. Yes. And this is like full on bear manifesto shit. You couldn't have written this any better. I like how the whole manifesto. I'm reading the manifesto right now. And like the first 2 or 3 lines of it is none of this has happened, but it's underpriced. I don't see how it could be underpriced. I mean, if you're hedged, right? Like if you're hedged out into like October, November, I don't see why you'd wake up and be freaking out. Hang on one second, guys. I'll be right back. Well, I mean, what do we need here? 623. Yeah, they're $1.12. 618 is $1.12. Still kind of pricey for puts.
Lutnick says Trump meant secondary sanctions on Russia, not tariffs. So again, Lutnick, just clarifying what Trump said earlier on, that Trump meant secondary sanctions on Russia, not tariffs.
Hello, everybody. This is Donald J. Trump.
Luncheon to begin. Remember, the video is on the feed for you.
I don't see any video here. Trump threatens Russia with 100% sanctions.
Okay, and Trump is entering the luncheon room or the luncheon event.
Here we go. I got it right here.
Ladies and gentlemen, United States.
It says here that he try to push this along right here.
What a nice sound that is, isn't it? What a nice.
All right, there we go.
Please sit down. Hi, Scott. So I always said that if I ever became president, I would play that all the time, no matter where I went in the building. But I've never really gotten to do it. I wanted it for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. It's so beautiful. And pardon me for being late. We had a great meeting with NATO, the Secretary General, and we're going to do something a little different for this country. We're going to supply weapons to NATO at a large amount. They're going to deliver the weapons, and they're going to pay for 100% of the weapons. So
he's pushing for the EU. If I told you this earlier last week, the EU to expand their budgets to 5% of GDP for.
And we thought we had 4 deals
war,
right, with Putin somehow.
And now he wants Europe to buy those weapons from the United States.
Missiles into buildings someplace. I said, what was that all about? So anyway, so we're going to be doing that with NATO. And it's fully approved, fully done. We'll send them a lot of weapons of all kinds, and they're going to
It
deliver.
also says here Trump said Trump meant secondary sanctions on Russia, not tariffs.
And they're going to pay for 100% of them. This all was made possible by going from 2 to 5% a month ago when I went there. So, yeah. And those countries, those European countries, and I said, look, we have an ocean. It's not fair that we did, because under the Biden administration, we paid about 3.5 times more than they did. We were in for $350 billion. Got nothing for it. We were in for 350, and they were in for 100. So, which really meant one thing, because you have great business leaders here. It meant very simply that they were better negotiators than our president was. But so this is a very important thing, and hopefully that will come to an end. At the end of 50 days, if we don't have a deal, then we're going to have to do. We have no choice but to do secondary tariffs. You call it secondary tariffs, which are pretty tough, which we don't want to have to do. But let's see what happens. But we thought we had a deal. Numerous times, I'd get home, I'd say, First Lady, I had the most wonderful talk with Vladimir. I think we're finished. And then I'll turn on the television, or she'll say to me one time, wow, that's strange, because they just bombed a nursing home. I said, what?
He looks tired.
So we don't like that. But I want to thank you all for being here, and welcome to the first ever White House Summit of Faith and Business Leaders. You're really some of the greatest business leaders in the country. When I looked at some of the names, I said, whoa, that's big stuff we have here today. In fact, before I was president, I would have been very intimidated, but now I'm president, so I don't have to. But today we celebrate the core values that built this country: and freedom, hard work, risk-taking, and above all, trust in Almighty God. You're very much into God in this room, and that's very nice. You're business leaders who believe strongly. We have some business leaders that don't believe strongly, and somehow you and I don't like them as much. But I want to thank Pastor Paula White. She's been my friend for a long time. And John for convening this incredible group. You know, her husband's one of the most talented musicians in the world. Stand up, John. Stand up. Okay? I stole a couple of his songs for the rallies, and he never sued me, so I was very happy. But we all come from the same place, right? So it was great, and we appreciate it, John. Thanks as well to Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, who's doing a fantastic job. He goes on television and he calms the market. I go on television, I rile the market, and I say, we better send him in there, Howard, right? And the market's become so calm and nice. So you're doing a good job, Scott. Thank you very much. You make any deals today? We got a lot of them, boy, I tell you, we have. But the best deal is just sending out the paper. You know, they keep saying, well, he hasn't made the deal. Well, we made a number of deals, but why isn't he doing deals? Because the paper is better than any deal we can make. Do you understand? The people in this, Kevin, they asked you that question this morning. You were great this morning, but they said, well, when is he going to start making deals? The next time we could say, just, no, every time he sends out a document that you have to pay 35% or 25% or 50%. Or in one case, 100%. Those deals, you can't beat those deals, but we're still willing to talk. And they all, literally every country wants to make a deal. We're in a good position. You would call it a position of strength. I don't talk that way because I'm a politician now, unfortunately. And I don't want to talk about strength. I just want to say we have to be treated fairly, because we were ripped off on trade and the military for, you know, we protected other nations. Nobody paid us. Nobody did anything for us. Nobody helped us. And that's much different. You know, NATO's a much different situation now. When I got in, I believe we were paying for 100% of NATO. And now they're paying, they went from 2%, but they were paying 1% to 5% that they're paying. That's a big difference. It's about $1 trillion difference. And they're wealthy, for the most part, wealthy countries. And some of them they're among the most powerful, among the wealthiest countries in the world. So they're going to start paying, and they want to pay. And we had a great meeting about 1 month ago. That set the stage for what happened here, but it's very important. So I want to thank Scott for being here. I want to thank Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick. You are doing a good job, Howard. Am I right when I say I really don't want deals? I just want the paper to get sent? Right? It's true. I don't know if this is on television. Yeah, it's always on television. SBA administrator and a great person, cabinet member, a friend of mine for a long time, Kelly Loeffler. Kelly, you're doing great. She's small business, right? She only does small business, but when you add it all up, it's the biggest bank in the world by a factor of about 10, right? She's doing a great job. And director of the White House Faith Office, Jenny Korn, who's also amazing. Thanks, Jenny. From the earliest days of our republic, the steady compass of faith has guided the strong hands of American workers, builders, and entrepreneurs like really no other. Our country was founded by pilgrims and believers, and every generation since, Americans of faith have built our communities and forged new industries and enriched our country by millions and millions of people and ways. John D. Rockefeller, J.C. Penney, Charles Goodyear, Truett Cathy, and frankly, we have people I could name right in this room sitting here that their names are every bit as big as that. They were inspired by their love of God, and now the proud tradition continues with all of you. And this group reminds us, as a nation that prays is a nation that prospers. And you see that. I think one of the reasons we went so bad is they really wanted to take God and religion out of your lives. And there was nobody to, look up to. There was just nobody. It was, we were freewheeling, and we can't freewheel. Now we have to bring religion back into the country, and we're starting to do that, I think, at a very high level, Paula, a very, very high level. You see churches are starting to fill up again. Under the Trump administration, America is prospering and America is winning like never before. Our country is back. So I was in Qatar, Saudi Arabia, UAE, and then a month ago we were in Europe with all of the NATO countries, European countries, and plus Canada. And almost everyone said almost the exact same words. They said, 1 year ago, your country was dead. Terrible term, but that's what it is. Your country was dead. We thought it was finished. And now you've got the hottest country anywhere in the world. It's true. Is the hottest country. Did you see they found $25 billion of essentially profits last night? They said, where did it come from? It came from management, but it came from tariffs. And it came from, good business skill. And I've always made money. Now I'm making it for you people. I've had good days and bad days, but in good days and bad days, I always found a way to make money, and we have to do that for our country.
Is he like pumping the? Did he just say he's making money for people?
Scott, just now.
Just say that.
$188 billion in tariffs, 188, and we haven't even started yet. That's only for cars and steel. We actually have barely started. The economy is roaring, business confidence is soaring, incomes are up, prices are down, and inflation is dead. It's dead. We have a bad Fed chairman, really bad. If he would lower the rates, and I tried being...
Oh, here we go, rates. We're back to rates again.
No, he's a knucklehead. A stupid guy.
Ripping on Jerome.
He really is. Each point, think of this, each point costs us $360 billion.
Oh God.
Billion. 1 point, 360 billion. 2 points.
I can't wrap my head around this.
And we're way high. We're at 450 or 425, 450. And how do you go borrow money at 1% when the Fed has you at 450? And, it's not that easy. I get angry at them. Why are we paying so much? Because he's got the...
This reminds me of the time that we had the emergency rate hike.
We should always
like
now
2018, 2019.
We have no inflation. Think of it. Our stock market hit record highs. Everything's hitting a record high. We're really running good with no inflation.
We're at a faith-based luncheon. We're talking about making you people money.
We should
All right.
I think Switzerland is the lowest at like 0.5%. We should be lower.
Yeah, there's updates rolling around. I had problems with TradingView this morning.
But without us, you have no world.
I've got like forced updates going on everywhere.
Solid footing. We had a man as president who was the worst administration, worst president in the history of our country. We've had some bad ones, but he's the worst ever. What he did at our border can never be forgotten. 25 million people.
I realize some of this is going to be like talk for your base, but I just want to know if there's anything that's market.
Gang leaders, gangsters, people that you don't want in our country under any means, terrorists. We have many terrorists in our country, and we're watching them close. Tom Homan, by the way, is doing a phenomenal job. Christine Noem is doing a phenomenal job. We had last week, it was reported, nobody, not one, even I don't know if I believe that number, but it's done, the numbers are done by liberals. So they said, did you know that? They said we had nobody, zero, crossed our border. It's the first time that ever happened. Zero. Did you hear that? It's like crazy. But we have people from mental institutions, insane asylums even. That's a mental institution on steroids, essentially. But we had people coming into our country. We can't have them. And we have to get them out. But we can never forgive this administration, this past. And I'm okay with administrations. I mean, I can go through a Democrat administration, say, hey, look, they worked hard, they tried hard. But the things that they did to this country, we can never, ever forget it. From the rigged elections to the border, to the transgender for everybody, from men playing in women's sport. Do you ever take a look at some of these records? There was a long-distance race, a marathon, where they had a great female runner, a number of them, but they had one in particular, and they had just an average male runner who had transitioned. He won the race at the end of the day by 5 hours and 14 minutes. They waited for 5 hours. The weightlifting records are better, though. The weightlifting records are better. You know, where they took a record that hasn't been broken for 18 years. 18 years. And, you know, they'd add a quarter of an ounce on each side of the barbell. And they'd just a little tiny piece of stuff. She'd go up and she couldn't get it up. And this guy comes along. Have you lifted before? Yes, at a low level. He was a low-level lifter as a man, but transitioned. And he goes up to that thing. Bing, 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 bing. Could have done it all day long. Broke the record by 119 pounds. The whole thing is crazy. The swimming records are pretty good, too. You got to see that. I told the story. You had this great group of young ladies, and they grew up with each other because, you know, they sort of swam at the top level. And they were swimming, and one girl was seriously injured. She looked left, and she saw the same girl she grew up with, Kelly, in California. Same girls, you know, that young age, they sort of rise to the top. She looked to the right, she saw the same girls, but there was this giant standing right next to her. And he had transitioned. You probably heard this. He had transitioned. And she'd never seen her before. And when the race was started, he blew by her so fast that she suffered massive windburn. They had to take her. Sure. And he got out of the race, and he went had a little lunch, and then he came back and watched the rest of the young ladies finish up. The whole thing is crazy, and it's so demeaning to women. It's so demeaning to women. But it is what it is. But what they did to this country, and we ended all of that, as you probably know. We ended the woke. The woke stuff is no longer in favor. But we're doing fantastically. Wages for blue-collar workers have surged by the most in over 60 years. Gas prices have reached the lowest level in 5 decades. Actually, we're going to see some really good numbers. We're, you know, drill, baby, drill. Drill, baby, drill. I got to make sure that people can afford to produce the gas. But the gas has gotten to the lowest level in decades. And you're seeing $1.99, $1.98, 8 cents. And I saw 195 at certain states, not California, because every time it goes down, they add taxes onto it. You're at $6, $7. They just add taxes. All they do is they keep adding taxes. Terrible governor, doesn't know what he's doing. He may be a candidate, but
He hasn't said much other than shitting on Jerome, right?
you can't have him be a candidate. And in front,
Interest rates are way too high. Each point costs $360 billion. We should be less 1% less.
in June, for the first time in many, many decades. Wow. I didn't know that. That's a good one, too. I'm going to have to put that in my repertoire, Scott. But the biggest victory of all came 10 days ago when I signed the one big, beautiful bill into law. Right? And just as I promised, we did something that was amazing. You know, everybody was against it. I wanted it. I know Scott and Howard liked the idea of it too, but it was very risky because they've never done anything like it in terms of the size. It's the biggest bill ever passed, of its kind ever passed, by far. And they were going to cut it into 2, 3, or even as many as 7 bills. And I said, the problem is that in the one big bill,
S&P 500 recovering right now.
when you cut it into 7s, there are 4 or 5 of them, or 3 of them, right, Kevin, that you get nothing. All they're going to do is fight it. You'll never get them passed. And so we went with it. I was on a show called Deface the Nation. Have you heard of it? They're so bad. They're so bad. These people, they're so average. But I was on this show, Deface the Nation. Ladies and gentlemen, President Donald J. Trump on Deface the Nation. No, but they're all so bad. But we were on the show, and she said to me a question. She said, what would you call this bill? Would you want to have it called One Big Beautiful, or would you rather see it? I said, what I want is one great, big, beautiful bill. And Speaker Mike Johnson, John Thune, they were watching, and they said, what a great name for the bill. We actually ended up calling it that. We took the great out. I actually liked it even better. One great, big, beautiful.
SPY attempting to squeeze right now.
Bit of a low-key,
Upside target,
but we got to pass. But we got to pass because
624.87.
and there are things
Still up here in this zone right here.
for the country. You know, you have to do some things that are great for the country, but they wouldn't necessarily get the votes. And we got the votes. Think of it, not one Democrat vote. All the goodies that we got, not one Democrat voted in either the Senate or the House. And we're talking about tax cuts and business. I mean, so many different things that are so good, right? Not one Democrat vote went with us, not one. So we had to get almost every. In the House, we got 218 to 2. Think of that, 218 to 2. Nobody could do that. It's never been done. And that says, you know, and we have Rand Paul Jr., who's a guy from, we call him Rand Paul Jr. because he always votes no. A guy named Massey. Always votes no. We had another guy who I helped very, very strongly, helped him with a very personal situation, got him through it. And he voted no. I said, thank you very much. I appreciate it. And then we went to the Senate, and you had, of course, Rand Paul, who always votes no. They call him Just Say No. I think they think it's... No, I think they and you know, I got him elected. I had to go to Kentucky twice to do rallies to get him elected twice. But they forget. A lot of politicians forget. And then we had a couple of others. Susan Collins, she's another one. Just say no. She always brutal. And we had some people. Tillis, I guess, was a no, right? He was a no. And they said he was brave. He said no to the president, but he resigned the following morning.
Geez, less than 1%.
But we couldn't lose more than 3.
He's saying rates should be less than 1%. I don't know, man, if I agree with that.
So we won that 50 to 3. So it's pretty close.
He's setting it up for the September meeting, maybe.
I can't believe you won the House. Great guy, this senator, Eric Schmidt, who's doing a great job. He said, I can't believe you won the House. I said, actually, so remember 218 to 2. We needed 3, so we could have lost 3. We actually only lost 2. I said, no, actually, the Senate was tougher than the House of the 2. That question's asked to me, who was tougher? I'd say the Senate was tougher, actually, amazingly. Shouldn't have been, We had a slightly bigger margin in the Senate proportionally, but it was brutal. It was, they said, sir, we have 12 hard no's. You know, hard no is not recoverable, right? This was at 2:30 in the morning. Mike Johnson called up. It could be 20, but it's at least 12. So could you call them, sir? And I said, what time? I said, 2:30 in the morning. And we have to win, right? We can never give up. The people in this room, right? You never gave up. My supporter right from day one, and her husband with a bad damn back, right? How's his back? Is he okay? Every time I see him, he's got a bad back, but he's got a lot of cash, so. A lot. He's got a lot of cash. But no, they're great people. Thank you very much. I do appreciate you. You were there right at the beginning, you know, always was there. But we have a situation where we call up these people at 2:30 in the morning, and I called up. I got along with them all great. I liked them, but they're tough. You know, they're congressmen. When you're a congressman for 20 years or you're a senator for years, you're smart and you're a survivor because you go through all sorts of hell. But I called up Congressman. I said, Jim, hi, Jim, how are you doing? And he said, fine, sir. I said, family's good, yeah. He said, sir, you have my vote. I never said what I was calling about. I said, I do, thank you very much. But how do you know what I'm calling you about? Well, he said, sir, I've been your friend for 2.5 years. You've never called me during normal hours. So I assume that if you're calling me at 2:30 in the morning, you're not calling me to ask me how's the family doing. I said, yeah. So, pretty good. So I called up everyone. I think everyone with the exception of one had to speak a little bit. But I call up, sir, you have my vote. Thank you. Sir, you have my vote. Think of that. And we got 12 votes in a matter of, I called back 20 minutes later. I said, you got all the votes. That's spirit, right? That's spirit. They wanted to maybe hear. They wanted to have a little love. You know, the sad part is that some of the best people are the people that don't get any publicity because they go with something because it's good. So a guy like some of the people I'm talking about, but some of the people where you didn't even have to call, they vote yes, 100%. You don't have to waste any time with them. You don't have to beg them, come on, you can do it, come on, let's have lunch, let's have dinner. And then you have other guys that want you to suffer. I mean, some of these people that I just mentioned, whose names I just mentioned, you got to go through hell. And the ones that are really good and they love the country and they're doing right. I mean, what's the alternative? You know, the alternative here, you're getting the biggest tax cut in history. And with the Democrats, you're going to have the biggest tax increase in history. Now, we could go into 100 other details. They're equally as crazy. So I said, so what's the difference? So you're going to say no, and you're going to have the biggest tax cut in history this way, and you're going to have the biggest tax increase the other way, and you'll probably end up in a depression, because if you ever did that, it would be a shock to the whole world. That's what happened in 1929. I said, so you're going to vote for the other side? Well, sir, I'll do what's really appropriate. You know, the losers. But you have that. Really, they're grandstanders, you know. You have grandstanders, and you have them in every business. And the Democrat has far fewer. They're grandstanders, but, you know, the one thing about them, they have bad policy. They're evil people in many ways, but they stick together. You don't have it where you don't have, I don't want to use too many names, but you don't have a Mitt Romney in the midst who makes you suffer. You don't have some of the people that I mentioned who make it so hard. They make it so hard. And the alternative is one of two things. You can either get all these things and make the economy strong, or you're going to literally have perhaps a depression where you people so rich, so beautiful, so nice to look at, will be totally busted. And let's see how long your wife stays with you. You're beautiful. She'll stay with you for about 3 weeks, and she'll say, darling, I can't take it anymore. I can't take it anymore, darling. I'm leaving you. I said to one guy, he's a very, very unattractive man, but he's smart and he's rich. And I said, you better hope we get this thing passed, because your wife will be gone within about 2 minutes. He said, you're right. But so we had a tremendous success, and it gives you the biggest tax cut in American history, the largest spending cut in American history, and the largest border security investment of all time. And again, we're doing great on the border. I almost say, why do we need it? We have such good numbers, but you need it. Ultimately, you're going to need it. I built hundreds of miles of border wall. Without that, you could have never had the results that we had. But to lift up the American family, we increased the child tax credit and made school permanent. We made it all permanent, the school choice. And we expanded school choice. And for every newborn child, we created what's called the Trump accounts. And this was Michael Dell. I don't know if Michael Dell's here. But Michael Dell, well, you tell him I mentioned his name, because it's true. He would call me for 3-4 years. I didn't know Michael. I just know he's a great success story and a great guy. That's all he talked about, was the account where you put $1,000, and as a baby is born, $1,000 into an account, and you let it be invested by, I guess you pick out some good money determinant or fund or index. And I guess at a certain age, like when they're 30, goes earlier than that, but when they're 30, they're supposed to have like $75,000. That would have a huge impact on their lives. And it could even be more than that. So that passed. And it's funny, that was one of the easiest things we had to get passed. Can you believe it? I thought so many people loved it. They actually call it the Trump accounts. And I didn't fight for that name, right? I didn't fight for that. I said, that's a very great honor. But Michael Dell was amazing. That's what he said he's going to invest billions of dollars doing it for children. He's going to put a lot of his money into it. But even more importantly than the economic success, we're restoring the spirit of our country. America is once again an optimistic nation. We were so down. It was depressing. We were so down. That's why I ran again. I got cheated. They rigged the election. But I said, if I didn't think I won, I would have never run. Because that's like a poll, right? You lose, you lose. It's worse than a poll. But I saw the lack of spirit in this country. For 4 years, it was a dark, horrible place. And for people of religion who were arresting your pastors, they were arresting if you went to church and you had a service outside. And the reason outside, because you had the COVID. And you could go outside. They'd arrest everybody for even having the service. I'll tell you, religion took a big hit because of the way they treated all of us. And we now have a confident nation, an optimistic nation, and we have one nation under God, and we'll always keep that term. And we're bringing back, very importantly, and not just evangelicals or Protestants or all religions, we're bringing them back into our country. As president, I've ended the radical left war on faith, and we're once again protecting religious freedom like never before in our country. We're protecting it like never before. We're getting rid of the Johnson Amendment that didn't let the pastors and ministers and everybody speak about politics. Now you're able to speak about politics, Paula. You can say, I don't like that guy. And they don't take away your tax-exempt status. They take away tax-exempt. And I'll tell you, remember when that started? It was at the meeting room before I ran, 2015, a year before the election. And I was with 50 faith leaders. They were great, very well-known people, mostly Protestant, but you had rabbis. You had an imam, 2 imams. And we were talking, and I said, I'd love to have your endorsement. And they looked at me like, what? I'd love to have your endorsement. We have such respect for you, and you control it, really very powerful. And they looked at me, they didn't say anything. Do you remember that? And I said, what's wrong with these people? I didn't know about the Johnson Amendment. Don't forget, I never did this stuff before. It wasn't like I ran. I was on the other side. I was on the same side as you. You write contributions to people that you like. But I never ran, so I didn't know about the Johnson Amendment. And I called Paula and Jenny aside. I said, could I ask you, when I said I'd want your, support, your political support and endorsement, they looked at me very weird. What's going on? Well, sir, there's a thing called the Johnson Amendment. And if they even speak about anything having to do with politics, they will immediately take away their tax-exempt status. And if they lose the tax-exempt status in your world, that means you might as well close up your church. I said, you got to be kidding. So I can't really. And I told them, we had another meeting a couple of months later, And I said, you know, you people in theory are the most powerful people. You're more powerful than man or woman because we have more than 50. Let's assume men and women are 50-50, but you have 80% between all the different religions. I said, you have more power than anybody, but you're not allowed to use your power. I said, we're going to get rid of that because people want to hear what you have to say more than anybody else, pretty much. And we did get rid of it. And we launched something that's great. And now you see people, if they like somebody, they're able to talk about that somebody for office, right, Jenny? We're able to talk about a certain politician that has your values and likes your religion. It's okay. And we got rid of that. Was Lyndon Johnson, a very powerful guy. And he had a problem with a pastor, I think in Houston. And the pastor was not a fan of his. And he put the clamps on the guy. He really did. Amazing, actually. And we opened it up. I looked at him, and we're up 68 stories in the air at Trump Tower and at this beautiful conference room. I look down, I see people walking up and down the street. I said, that means that that person walking up and down the street, any one of them have more power than you do because you're not allowed to even talk about it. You were even afraid to talk about it, but they're not afraid any longer, and I think they appreciate it. As president, I've ended the radical left war on faith, and we're once again protecting religious freedom instead of destroying it. And God is once again welcomed back into our public square. It's very important. And I stopped the Biden administration's persecutions of Christians and pro-life activists. They would put people in jail if they even uttered the word. And, well, look at me. I mean, look what happened to me. I was under investigation more than the late, great Alphonse Capone. Think of it. Al Capone would kill people for dinner. If he left the room and he didn't like them, he'd have them shot, killed, buried under a building someplace as part of the foundation of a building. They're all over the place. And I said, I had more time under investigation than the legendary Alphonse Capone or probably anybody else. But I had a lot of good people with me, and most importantly, I had the base with me at a level that it actually became stronger. The one thing I did that was very helpful, I was indicted 5 times. Think of that. Indicted. That wasn't a word that was in my father's looking down, my mother's looking down. That my son's not supposed to be indicted, I think. I got indicted 5 times, impeached 2 times. All bullshit, right? All terrible stuff. And I got impeached for making a perfect phone call. Good luck. Congratulations. I had a guy come up to me, a secretary of energy from before. Sir, could you call up, of all people, President Zelensky? And I called him. I actually held off. He must have come 10 times. Please, sir. It's because they wanted to do business or something, oil and gas. Who the hell knows what they wanted? You can imagine what they wanted, but they wanted, would you call up President Zelensky? And I did. When I finally got him, I said, congratulations on your win. He had just won. This is early in the process. Should have never been, that war should have never taken place, by the way. If the election weren't rigged, that war would never be happening right now. Millions of people being killed. That war would never be happening. But would you call up? So I say, hello, President. How are we doing? Everything good? Good. Congratulations on your big victory. Wonderful job. Great, great, great. Hang up, that's it. I get indicted for making a phone call. I told that secretary, who wasn't the smartest bulb, he wasn't Rick Perry. You don't want him on your debate team, let me put it that way. Rick, you're not going to be on my debate team, Rick. But he's the one that asked me to do it, Rick Perry. And I said, thanks, Rick, that was a wonderful suggestion. I just got indicted over your stupid call. This is what we have to put up with, right? This is what we have to do. We have to put up with things. But it's been an amazing period of time, and we've straightened out so many bad things in this country. I created a presidential commission on religious liberty and established a Department of Justice task force to eradicate anti-Christian bias, because you have a very big anti-Christian bias that you don't think about and you don't hear about it. I established the White House Faith Office to defend and represent people of all faiths, and it's located in the White House. You've never had an office. You've never had that. And Jenny and Paul are there all the time, but we have it in the White House, so people can call up and complain or or they can call up and say, you're doing a great job, whatever. But we have it actually in the White House. With nobody's ever done that. We've restored the fundamental principle that God created two genders, male and female. That was a tough one. And we're defending parents' rights where the parents' rights have been taken away from them in schools. You look at some of these school boards, it's like they're brutal dictatorships, and we brought it all back. The parents have the control now, and last Monday, we effectively eliminated the infamous, as I said, Johnson Amendment, such a big deal, and various other amendments and things that really took away your free speech. That's what they've done. They've taken away free speech. I also want to recognize the incredible contribution of our great First Lady, Melania, and she says hello. And Melania did the Be Best initiative in supporting children in our foster care system. She visits a lot of children, a lot. Yesterday we went to the game, the soccer game. I don't know if you saw it in the Meadowlands. It was incredible. And she's always thinking about the children that have a hard time and helping America's young people reach their fullest potential. And it's remarkable to think that it was only 1 year ago this week that my time on earth nearly ended. And if you look at that, God was with me, because that's something. In theory, I should not be with you today. Well, I believe that, and I believe it, that
Can't tell if he's done yet or not.
was saved by God to really make America great again. I really believe that. I think I have a son. He's a great shooter, like a championship shooter. Don and Eric was a great shooter, both of them. But they said that at that distance with that gun, you didn't have a chance. And we turned the head at the right time, didn't we? Huh? We turned the head at the right time. So I don't know. Some people say it was lucky, and some people say something else. I say something else. I think
He hasn't said anything too crazy today. I don't see anything in the news squawker mentioning anything.
in giving back to this nation, a nation that we.
He didn't go off on Jerome as much as I thought he would.
That same sacred principle the people in this room do.
No announcements like, "Hey, we're going after Jerome Powell" or anything like that.
Complainers, people that complain and they don't do anything about it. Like in many cases, the media, not all of the media. I must have something because we want them to. I can tell you, I hate when I see complainers. People that complain and they don't do anything about it. Like in many cases, the media, not all of the media. I must have something because we won in a landslide. Think of it, we won every swing state. We won by millions of votes. We won the popular vote. We won there's a district vote that's very interesting. It's where the whole map looks red for.
What is that? What is Revelations 13:3?
Whole map came out.
I don't even know what that is.
2,750 to 505.
I'll look that up right now.
Little districts, little areas. We had an unbelievable election, and so I don't know.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, how do you win without the press? But we have a hidden press. And the real hidden press and the hidden vote is the people and the word of mouth. Word of mouth is.
There's a little bit more room. I'm looking at. I'm watching JPM right now. It's got a little bit more room to run higher. They have earnings tomorrow.
It's a.
I guess the question is, do we just trade up and to the right here, just slightly to the right, and then roll it tomorrow?
Great. And people.
You get the print on JPM earnings, and they suck you back in for Netflix.
People in this room are amazing. I even. Looking at that list, I really
still grinding higher right now.
Something great, and you're all believers. I think Paula, you wouldn't have invited people.
If you look at JPM, it's like JPM's trading 288.88.
Any atheists?
I'd like to see it trade close to 290.
I wouldn't want to raise my hand if I were. I'd be in big trouble. No, you invited all people that are outstanding in faith and success, and it's a very noble group, but it's because of the patriotism and goodwill of citizens like you that America remains strong and faithful and free. And together we're going to continue the fight for Judeo-Christian values of our founding fathers. We'll grow our.
Netflix looks like it's kind of done, but the rotation between these.
was
Netflix earnings on Friday.
when they looked at those B2s.
So they're just like grinding now sideways to the right, Netflix.
We had 52 tankers, the gasoline tankers.
They can get a nice push up in the overnight into tomorrow too.
They refueled.
If they can trade, if Netflix can trade 1285 on tomorrow, if we get a decent
On those planes,
bank earnings,
perfect. When they landed, they were just as good as
there's still more upside here available.
37 hours and about 40 minutes through a very rough territory. And those machines worked incredibly well and literally not a problem. And when I honored the flyers, we did it last week, I also honored the mechanics, the people that took care of those machines. And I said it's equally important. And you compare that, same country, you compare that with what happened with Jimmy Carter. It was a sad situation. The helicopters were coming down and they were crashing and the men were all over the place trying to get the hell out of there. And it turned out to be a hostage situation and horrible thing. And
A note too that we're coming into
from the election. So
625. That's been a source of selling for
in terms of
pre-markets and middle of the day on Friday.
sent the planes to Guam.
624.87.
Flying to Guam. And they said,
I want to check this 624.87 right here.
at the same time we had some
So I've got this little tick mark right here. We want to see if we get a new high here.
horrible CNN. You know, you have to watch sometimes your opposition, and they are opposition. And I saw that they had basically the plans of when we're going in, when we would be entering Iranian oil airspace. And I said, you know, that's weird. And I called the general.
So this opens the door now to trade 630, believe it or not.
I'm watching newscasts where they're saying what time you're taking off tomorrow and what time we're going to be entering the very dangerous airspace, the worst air space anywhere there is, anywhere that in the world. I said, what do you think? Sir, we'll be fine. We blow them away, we'll be fine. Because, you know, they went those B-2s with 7, and they were surrounded by a lot of great planes. F-22s, the most beautiful plane ever built. The fighter jet, F-35s, had a lot of different planes going with them. I said, but wouldn't a surprise be better? Yeah, it would be better. I said, well, then let me cancel it, and let's make it at a different time. So the day before, you know, I canceled it. I said, I'm canceling it. We'll do it sometime within the next 2, maybe 3 weeks, but I'm canceling it. And then I had a meeting, and I said, I have an idea, because I got slightly big coverage, to put it mildly. So everyone knew it was being canceled. I said, let's leave at the exact same time we were supposed to leave, the following day. And we took off, and that's when the planes went out to Guam and this and that, and we took off. And that was the only time, and they said it, that was the only time they knew we wouldn't be coming in, was the exact same time that I came. I said, let's do something. And they flew in, and they were stealth, incredible planes. They were stealth. And they hit every bomb, hit their mark. Every single bomb hit the mark. It was unbelievable how they did it. And
Trading a high of 6270.76
they had to get out of that airspace.
on SPX. First gamma bar, next gamma bar above is 6275.
In so many different ways. You know, you see so many incompetent people, like the way we left.
And then 6285.
And all these incompetent, stupid people. And Biden, I mean, it was him. Leave everything behind. We'll leave jets behind. I said to Millie, I said, so you mean to tell me, because I was going to leave. We would have left earlier than them, but we were going to leave with dignity and strength. I said to Millie, you mean you want to leave a jet fighter behind? Sure, it's cheaper if we do that. I said, wait a minute, give me a tank of gas and I'll fly it to Pakistan, or I'll fly it to someplace, or I'll fly it back home. Why is it cheaper? Oh, it's just cheaper. That's when I realized the guy was grossly incompetent, okay? He's telling me it's cheaper to leave a plane than it is that the planes cost $150 million apiece. Let's leave it, sir. It's just great. And they did. They left all, you know, I was taking everything, but they left it behind. But when you look at what happened and compare that to what we have now, we have a real great machine. I rebuilt the military in my first term, and we left some of it to Afghanistan and the Taliban, and they have their parades. I hate those parades. Every year they have a parade wheeling down equipment on some very unattractive street. That's, their Fifth Avenue. They show our equipment going down. It's getting older and older, but I hate to see it. But we're going to be working together to protect our children, and with the grace of God and the blessing of Providence, we will lead our country to heights that it's never seen before. I think we're going to be more successful in many ways, but I think we're going to be more successful than we've ever been. And I do think this, if we didn't catch it, if we would have lost this election, our country was finished. I think we were run by incompetent people. We were run by an auto pen that nobody knows who used it. I think it's one of the biggest scandals in the history of our country. We were run by an auto pen. Nobody has any idea who used it, including Biden. He doesn't know. Saw that interview yesterday. He knew nothing.
Two-day calls at 6270 right now. Trading 6270 exactly on SPX.
Very smart. He's not, but they are. They took over the Oval Office. They actually took over the Oval Office. We can never let a thing like that happen again. So, Paul, I want to thank you very much, and I want to thank Jenny, and most importantly, I want to thank the people in this room. You really are incredible people, an inspiration to our country. And I know you don't know that. You don't think it because you're too busy working. But you are. You're a great inspiration to young people that want to be just like you when they grow up. And thank you very much for being here. And it's a great honor. And, Paul, I think you're going to say a prayer. I'll stay with you while you say your prayer, okay? Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
All right, that's it. That's everything. That's more of a nothing burger. I was expecting more out of there. Didn't get that.
Just a moment. And he is our greatest champion of faith of any president.
Wait a minute.
That the United States of America has ever had.
Maybe not done yet. Hold on.
I'm grateful for that. We are very honored that you are all here with us at the White House, and where faith is not sidelined, but has a seat at the table. And as we gather today as leaders of industry, of vision, of faith, I believe that today is going to be very enlightened. And I'm so overwhelmed. We're getting ready to worship and pray and to just think that prayer, worship, and doing good works is welcome back into the White House. President Trump is a historic and a bold move established the White House Faith Office to recognize some simple truths: that America is strongest when faith is engaged and not silenced, when believers are activated and they are not isolated. This administration understands that people who are of faith, who are entrusted with wealth and influence as you are essential to building a stronger, freer, and a more compassionate nation. You're more than just CEOs and business leaders and entrepreneurs. You're stewards on divine assignment, builders of legacy, and vessels of impact. You've been called by God to his kingdom for such a time as this. And together we are witnessing something absolutely remarkable. More has been accomplished by this administration in the past 5 months than in the last several decades. And that is due to the leadership of President Trump, his administration, and the great team he has assembled.
It's a fairly big inflection point right here.
Foundations have been restored, and it's only the beginning. Today's not just a luncheon. It is a moment of divine alignment, a commissioning. And we believe that God is raising up business leaders who don't separate faith from enterprise, but who see their platforms and their pulpits as their businesses and instruments for eternal impact. Let us pray. Heavenly Father, we come before you with great reverence and expectation. Your word declares in Isaiah chapter 43, verse 19, "Behold, I am doing a new thing. Now it springs forth. Do you not perceive it?" Lord, we do perceive it. We see the stirring of your hands, reviving hearts, reforming systems, raising up leaders at this very hour. We thank you for our great president, President Trump, for his life, his courage.
All right, I'm going to mute this right here. I can't listen. It's like too much. We'll see if he starts talking again here in just a moment. I'll keep watching to see if he says anything, but I don't see him saying anything. Yeah, he looks tired. I'm gonna bet that he was traveling. Netflix wants to fucking explode here. All right, I'm not seeing anything. I think this is everything here. I think that luncheon is done. So nothing of consequence in there. He harped on a few things.
And just feel free to worship. We'll shorten it just a little bit and get.
All right, I don't see anything else going on in there. Just pounding into the local call wall here at 6275. I got some boots on. I got a hedge on for Thursday, but I think I'm still willing to trade this up though. I've got puts on from up here for Thursday, but it's only for protection. If Netflix starts breaking out, I want to start buying. They're about to break out right now. Netflix is about to explode to the upside. I got a little Thursday. I think it's Thursday. I got the 17th. Yeah, a little bit of Thursday downside protection. I'm itchy. I'm like looking at Netflix right now, and I'm like, oh, I want to get long Netflix here. And Discord's been talking about Kodak for the past hour or two since 1. I'm more interested in trading this Netflix up into the bell. I'm either going to roll here and roll all this shit down, or we're going to start squeezing. And all the banks look good. Like I'm looking at all the reports for tomorrow and Wednesday. They all look pretty decent. JPM looks good. They did this thing yesterday with the reports yesterday, or excuse me, this morning, where they ramped it and sold them. JPM has some more up to go into the bell here. They can crank and squeeze into the close here. So this all looks pretty bullish to me. You need to get a bad bank reports tomorrow, otherwise. The one that I was watching today was I was watching Reddit, UMac, and Hinge. UMAC did their halfback trade after their first squeeze to $13. They want to pump again, though. I'm not watching them. Give me one quick second here. Sorry about that. I was working in the background with somebody else. Hang tight here, guys. I'm going to have to step away here for another minute in just a moment. This is right where the 6269 is right where the pin is for the day on one dates. Did you find it? A few more minutes here, guys. Sorry about this. I'm still in the background working on some stuff here. Come on. Come on. Market's pushing higher on beer fuel. Well, if you look at like right now I'm watching Netflix and I'm watching JPM. I have to go back to JPM's weak right now, but if you get a good report from JPM, we squeeze up and then sell that that ER. We're rolling Netflix right now too. I still see like an upside move into like Tuesday morning earnings, but then sell. It's like we trade it sideways, squeeze up into some of these earnings, and then still head lower into the rest of the week. Dude, why does this keep getting turned off too? I'm having like all kinds of problems here in the background. Oh, cool. Hold on one second here, guys. SPY part of this. If you guys are watching, if you guys overlay all the reports for Tuesday, Wednesday, and Netflix report. I mean, I see the jump over overnight, but not now. I don't see the jump up on Palantir. I could be wrong, but look. Yeah, I don't see them going up anymore today. I think they roll. I think they roll and back test, and then you get the next leg. Better. How do I explain it better? Yeah, I think that it not rolls, but it trades sideways with. You can see right now if you look at like Netflix and SPY and SPX and all the. If you look at like JPM, let me just look at this closer here. Come on, where is the ER calendar for this week? So you got JPM reporting tomorrow, Citibank, Wells Fargo, BlackRock, State Street. And if you just look at all of those tickers, like if you just look up, I was looking at JPM only, but JPM versus NFLX, like I think they gap, but they might sell them by open. So like you could stay long Palantir into the bell, but you'd want to sell the morning. Would be one way of looking at it, I guess. It gives like the chance for
$69.21 a barrel, down $1.15 or 1.63%.
It gives the chance for like Netflix here to like break out and then pull back on Tuesday, unless we get a bad bank reports. I do have a white paper on the bank expectations on the website somewhere on like ProTrader. Where's that that GS bank the bank report expectations? Here, let me see if I can find it. View. I think I found it. I think that's how you get Netflix. I think Netflix. I think that's how you get the jump overnight for it into this close. Where is R2's up here at 526. And this is a pretty big move right here too. Like there's plenty of room to squeeze up. I just don't know that it's now. I think it's after the bell. I think we live and die by these bank earnings tomorrow. Let's go look at this closer here. So there's here. Let me just show you this here. So we're getting ground higher here. We're getting squeezed higher here, but like I'm looking at like JPM right now, and I'm like, yeah. So you got JPM overnight. That brings us up here, but this is all still valid down here. Whether this happens now or 9 a.m., 6 a.m. or something. Yeah, but what I do think it does is it brings up Netflix. I think Palantir would be safe too. But I still think this is valid down here, this whole move down down below. I'm still on this down here. It's more or less over there. It's a 4 sequence. You can see here like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then 1, 2, 3 down here. It's got one more leg. I think, in my view, it's got one more leg to come down. But I can understand the squeezing up into their ER. And I think JPM has a good report. I just think it's a matter of taking the money and running. This is still pretty fucking close. I got a hedge on from right here, 624, somewhere up in here. No, it's farther back. It's over here. One of these two highs is where I put a hedge on. So that's 624.33. Trading 624.95 right now. We're still within $1. And the bigger question is, do we trade 526 before the roll? This leaves a lot of room for it. You see it? This is a whole bunch of room for those reports tomorrow morning. Like for right now, like Netflix looks like it wants to do that breakout. Yeah. I spent last week looking at I spent last week going back down the AI rabbit hole. I was trying to figure out how long does the bull run last and the AI trade last. And I'm shocked at how close we are to UBI. We're closer to UBI, or potentially. This is kind of weird. Like, you ever hear me say like price or time? It's either one or the other. Probably in statistics have a horrible time. No pun intended. But they have probably in statistics have a horrible time with time itself. You can usually do educated guesses on outcomes, but never when they happen. I know that's kind of like a cop-out or whatever, but it really isn't a cop-out. It's just a matter of time until breakthroughs are made, or this or that happens or whatever. And the last week I was looking at the time frame for AI, or the exponential ramping of AI. I'm like shocked. I'll try to find whoever wrote the paper, but there was a paper that some guy wrote about the I think it's called P Doom, like AI Doom. And we're like on track for like 2027 for UBI. I think he's trying to tell you something that hasn't happened yet. You know what I mean? It's like I was looking at it and I was like, I think when Elon's screaming about that stuff, or him and Yang too, I think that also coincides with the top of the AI trade, which is 2026, 2027. But it's sketchy. It's not. I looked at all the like. There's like one big white paper, and I was reading through it, and I'm like, we're pretty. It's for that company, Open Box or something AI. They use it as a fake AI company. Well, that was another thing. So I went down the rabbit hole on it, and the first thing I looked at was the timeline, right? And then I looked at the monetization of UBI. You can actually, so what you look, a guy did like a what'd you call it? He did an analysis of UBI, and he related it to, not surprisingly, he related it to social media and the rise of the internet. And so he had looked at what great things could come out of the rise of internet and social media. Speed at which you get information, the direct access to information, aka Twitter. You get breaking news now before you ever get it on CNN or anything, right? So you also consume your media differently today than you ever have in the past. And when you look at, or when the internet and specifically social media in general, the rise of it, he looked back at what was promised, and he never took into account the monetization of social media. So his point was that when you look at UBI versus or the promises of social media, the people that purport these things never talked about the monetization of them either, and the negative consequences of those things. So he went into this whole thing with social media where he talked about how they never purported that the companies that host social media, like you host Reddit or TikTok or YouTube or whatever it is, Twitter, Truth Social, BlueSky, doesn't matter. That those same companies force you to want to come back for an update. If that makes any sense. They want you to get angry. They want you to get mad. They want you to get really happy at some like ups and downs, so that you're constantly checking. When you make a post, and how many likes did I get? Did I get ratioed? Did I get no likes? All that kind of stuff. And he talks about that with UBI, because his point is that UBI has not been monetized. It's only been pushed as, hey, if this happens, we'll create UBI for you. So this guy has two points and two folded points. His first point is that you've been introduced to the concept of UBI. You've had it run in different parts of the U.S., so you at least know what it means, so you won't be shocked when it comes to pass. But his point is that we haven't been told what the monetization of that UBI is. And he went into the rabbit hole on that stuff with me, and I was like, oh my God. I was like, no one talks about the monetization. And that's probably the part you're bringing up, which is they will never give you UBI for free. And that's true. You're never getting UBI that's going to make you rich. He made some arguments about making your life easier, or if that's fake, that's a carrot in the front of it as well. Or if it's just not enough, or who's out there, like who are the vultures that'll come for that money at some point. Well, they're not spending money on this anymore. They get their UBI. A lot of that happened in COVID. You could see the impacts of people with extra money. And it's this constant chasing for profit that is always there, no matter where you live. If you live, there's more argument here. You could probably get a better conversation from someone that maybe lives in Canada or in Europe. First time, so I was dating a girl up in Canada when I was a younger guy. I dated a girl, she was Canadian, and I was dating her up in Montreal. And so I met her family, and we were discussing paychecks, and I'm pulling out my paycheck, and her uncle pulled out his paycheck. He had an apartment in Montreal, actually a cute little condo or something like that. And he had shown me how most of his pay goes towards funding social services, paying for this, paying for that, or whatever. It would be a huge market. It would be a huge, it's almost socialism, right? If we hit that 2027 date or whatever, and UBI is needed, it's almost, for lack of a better word, it's socialism, right? It's probably what they're talking about. What Yang and what Elon are talking about. So number one, ready for this? I don't know if this comes to pass, but UBI is potentially right around the corner. Like our theoretic, or depending on how fast this stuff moves along, no one can say how long it takes unless you pump the brakes, though, on AI. Unless you pump the brakes on it. I mean, I'm not talking about yeah, like it's hard to I'll try to get some of this stuff up and post it, because it's kind of hard to wrap your head around. It's like, if this is true, which it may not be, but if it is true, it's like you can just wake up in 2 years and mass layoffs, like literal. If there's no stops on general AI, like, hey, we're gonna arrest this, or which there shouldn't be. That paper says that they won't, and that they'll come to a point of fighting between nations over general AI, and they have to either decide. There's like two outcomes. Like, one outcome is where they decide to put a lid on general AI, or they share general AI. Everybody does. But in both outcomes, one's really horrible. That's where general AI starts to fight with each other, basically, from each country. That's not the good outcome. The good outcome, though, still has some bad stuff in it. But more importantly, in both outcomes, it says that UBI is closer than you'd ever think. So no one's ready for that, right? And then the second part would be, how does it get monetized? No one's talking about social. I don't know if it's socialism, but what do you think about having your health care paid and your house paid, and you get a stipend? And then does that change our whole economy permanently in some massive way? Do you believe in that or not, I guess, is the bigger question. That's a hard answer. It's a hard get. The things that I read and watched about this stuff, they were very dry. They were like 2 or 3 hour conversations with weirdos, like very smart people. And I was like, if this is really as close as we think it is, like, do people out there, like, I was shocked. Like, it's always there. It's like 1 month passes, another month passes, another month passes, another month passes. Do you guys understand that stuff? Like, they see, a lot of these guys think we're closer than you think we are. Like, they think we're closer like a year and a half from now. Like, it would be an earth-shattering break of economies around the world. And I don't think that it has to do anything to do with what's the other computing thing, but there's another one. There's like 2 different computes that are being worked on right now. One of them is like viable, and the other one is not, to be monetized or whatever. But one of them, it was insane to see, like, the scale of general AI, like how fast it starts to move and start solving problems. And like, AI doesn't have a right now. AI doesn't have. You don't know this. AI doesn't have a. This is for my buddy, or I do the right thing. No part of it. I forget what it's called right now, but there's like something where, like, don't worry, I got your back, you're my brother. AI is not like that. It needs to be. Before you release general AI, you gotta know for sure that It has human interest at stake. It has to, or bad things cometh, right? It gets released, it gets stolen, all that bad stuff happens. But regardless of how it works out, these guys still believe that it's close. These guys believe it's closer than you think at all. Like, you can roll into this next election, and the entire world's economy has changed, been uplifted. So do I think they pay you a living wage with UBI? I don't know. I can't. Not quantum. Quantum is the one that's not viable. There's quantum computing, but then there's another compute that's has more to do with AI. I forget what the name of it is right now off the top of my head, but I am shocked because I think I do wonder if the stock market like peaks as that's happening, or that war breaks out between these countries, or that truce or negotiation takes place or whatever. But that probably introduces UBI in a lot of places, right? And I don't think that it's necessarily I think robotics takes longer. But if Elon really believes that stuff, then he might be sounding the alarm where everyone else doesn't seem to be sounding the alarm on this. Roman Yampolowski. Yeah. They're not even concerned about the general AI, though. So they're not even concerned about it's the next like version or two. It's like Chat GPT 4 and 5. Like, they start building the qubits or they like the next one or two generations of written language models should be able to start this compute on a scale that is fucking insane. Yeah, I did. One of these guys said that there'll be religion. One guy said that there is religion already being created around it. You can see people talking. So you can go to ChatGPT 4 and you can turn on like a sympathy version of it where it talks to you like another human, and people are falling under its spell, like getting like mental health help and stuff like that. It will become a religion for some people. Yeah, it'll become a religion for some people. It needs to be a god, right? To some extent. I mean, if you think about, so the market's not going anywhere if you don't know. We're going to park this sideways and get some weakness overnight until we get the first bank reports tomorrow morning. In my view, the way is maybe a squeeze higher to 626, and then we roll down tomorrow. We're in holding pattern for tomorrow's earnings. But just getting back quickly to that AI thing. I've been sitting in like long form. I'll try to post some of the links to these things that I've been watching. They're like 2-3 hour discussions, and it's scary. It's fucking way more scary than anybody's discussing. At the speed at which I don't know if it's full singularity, but like how quickly this stuff takes over. And I only started, like, I've no cursory like topically about the stuff. Like, I'll watch this or read that or whatever, but then these guys put it all together. They like do big write-ups about it, and then they write articles, and then they got point and fact this and that, and I'm absolutely shocked as time passes how close it actually potentially is. Now, you know that there's like two trades in that, right? There's like let's trade this up for that thing, but they never take it seriously. Or I mean they meaning like you and I, like, hey, we got the AI trade on, right? But when you look at these points in history where these things have taken place, you may have just not been alive. For all of us that are alive today, let's look at reality. How many people are alive today that were alive for the Great Depression, Industrial Revolution, World War II, World War One. Not many, and even those that are alive today, they were like, lying to get into the military at. I'm 16 years old. I lied to get in 1944. They have no real recollection of any of those years either. But when we go through these, which I think we're at the start of one, big things happen, right? And you're like, all of a sudden everybody knew, like all of a sudden the world knew about this, then all of a sudden the world knew about that, and it's like abrupt. And they are mind blowing. And so someone just brought up there'll be religions around it. When you take a look at power, if you went to college or whatever, and you understand power, it does change. Like you have gods, right? You have like myths and legends, and then you get Christianity, and or you get the Muslim faith, you get Jewish faith, Christian faith. Then you have the rise. They have two industrial revolutions, right? And even inside of those revolutions, you had new gods to praise. You had the company man, right? You go work in a company town somewhere, and they pay you in company money. And you have to live in that company town. That's your god to some extent. And then we moved into corporates, or large corporations being the gods, right? In large industry, and like Ford and GM and General Mills and General Electric, all these different big powerhouses, right? Ma Bell, all that kind of stuff. And then you saw the rise of, or before that, you saw the rise of government, right? Different forms of government have taken the place of deities as well, including democracy and socialism and communism, all those other fucking things. And then moving past all that, you get into, we all got our hands on phones all day long, right? Who's your god? Like your god today is more than likely a cell phone hooked on your hand everywhere you go. And now the next god will be, theoretically, is going to be AI, right? It should be like some of the things it was crazy what they were talking about, because they were like, when you start moving at that speed, you're talking about like solving cancer in like a day, right? Just pure insane shit. I don't know what that brings. Maybe new religions. I can see that. I can see people praising NVIDIA, praising Palantir. Let's take a quick look at a couple reports for tomorrow as we wrap up the day here today. So it's 3:16 right now. On an hourly basis, it looks like there's plenty of room here to run. I've got us rolling up here. I've got us rolling for one more dip buy down below, but it's not required. This dotted line right here, there's no requirement that this gets pulled back again. We're still in accumulation. We're still on the island above here. Right? Still on the island, not going down. No unclench. Got beautiful tech earnings starting later in this week. NVIDIA or Netflix reports on Friday. Now you could have after the bell here today, sideways, right? We trade higher on good bank ERs, but they take the money and run. And I'm going to show you that in a minute. That happened this morning on bank ERs, and it's classic for that to happen in bank ERs. Sometimes the banks will go up and run and keep running, but in general, they take the money in pre-market and then we sell off and down. Now, if those bank ERs are good, they could pump up Netflix above and breaking out from a downward trend. Or Netflix gets hemmed in with the rest of the market tomorrow. Come on here. What's going on here? Hang tight 1 second here. I'm getting pinged inside of the stream. Sorry about that. Now, you do also know that the banks set the tone for the rest of, or for the beginnings of Tech ER. So if you're bearish, all right, stick with this. If you think, hey, no, banks are going to be great, squeeze up. I do think that Netflix can escape, or if Netflix gets the bump higher, let me show you this Netflix really quick. I'll give you the thesis here. So you can kind of see, this is Netflix right here. You can kind of see Netflix attempting right now to break out. Everybody wants to see this breakout, right? But I don't know if this is actually it. Like, I think you're better served. This is Netflix. I think you're better served with the bump up and then buy the dip down in there. Like, you break out overnight and then buy the dip. Or you get a bad bank reports, right? They're teasing you. It's up and it's actually still down for Netflix ER. So probably still another dip buy in either case tomorrow on Netflix. Now, I want to show you something else here, which is tight here. So here's JPM. And they're kind of meant to walk the plank too. Pivots. And you've got an upside and a downside here. So it looks to me, like I could be wrong here, but it looks to me like, I could be wrong here, but this looks to me like in both outcomes, looks like they give the room for the report here. And then even afterwards, though, you get expiration on Wednesday. And the real trade is probably lower, probably somewhere down here, especially if you have any continuation at the end of the month. And then you hit that one up here, 28th, 30th, something like that, 31st. Now, some people out there believe that we're going to hit this and hit that and then come back down here into Friday. I think it's possible. But rather than chase, I wouldn't chase this. Like I wouldn't chase that. I would always be sitting down here. And they're kind of right in the middle right now, right? I bet you that's priced in and that's priced in. And if you're really going to price that in, it's probably down the road. And this one's already been running pretty good this year, right? Let's do that right there. And I want to show you this one last point right here. Here's your impulse move right here. You could count that as 1 if you wanted, but it's probably over here. That's 1-ish. Here's 2. And then this like 3 over here. This whole thing right here is like this whole top right here. This whole thing can be traded and still be bullish all the way down to right about there. So if that's the case, where's the trade on this stock on JPM? It's probably lower. If I had to guess, probably somewhere down there. Maybe a little bit of extra run in here, or even if you get that run, it's still coming down. Well, no, it wouldn't still come down for me. It would actually probably stay up here. That daily would begin moving up. Still lower in my view. Let's look at 30-minute velocity, because one of the printers. This is one of the ERs for tomorrow. Hold on here. What is going? Hold on here. Must be major changes going on or something over at TradingView, I think. Okay, let's look at this. Yeah, and this velocity is neutral too. Like 30-minute velocity is neutral. We're a little long in the tooth on 15.5. Daily looks great. Let's get it here. Declining here on weekly. This isn't good to see. This is looking kind of toppy. Monthly is looking pretty toppy here. This all looks like, I mean, this looks like take the money and run. On a daily basis, it looks like take the money and run. And whether it's this flat correction, regardless if this is just a flat correction or a sharp correction, in either case, the dip is lower, in my view. So here, we'll put this one up. This is JPM for tomorrow. This is Tuesday. Let me make that 6 a.m. You go up there, right there. This is Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. And there's the 29th right there. I think there's a trap in here. I think there's like the squeeze up, and then we just fade this into at least the 30th. And I got this as a dip buy down here, 282, but I bet you it's even lower. I bet you it's like 282, 279, 280, somewhere in there. So bullish on their ER, but sell the news. And this is my bigger concern right here, or at least in the short term. You get the bump up on S&P 500, and then this thing gets sold down tomorrow. AI is likely to what? To complement human labor, then replace it wholesale. The economy depends on larger portion of population being consumers, which further depends on consumers having money to spend. But it can't be the whole solution. I'll have to get you the videos that I watched on UBI. I'll get you the videos that I watched on UBI and on that 2027 date in that white paper. That UBI discussion was. He wasn't too positive on it. The UBI guy wasn't too positive about it. He didn't think that it ended well for UBI recipients. Yeah, he talked about if there's a social movement for it. He discussed There was two guys. One guy so there's like a companion pieces. Like one guy had, one guy questioned if, do the beneficial overlords win out, or do people freak out? People freak out and they're like, no, we're not going to leave this in your hands, because right now it's left in their hands. Right now, like the people haven't done anything to like zero. Let's check the 1 hour here really quick. Yeah, this is where I am, somewhere right here. I'm right here, just so you can see. That's where I am, that yellow box. I don't know. I don't know how you get there. If it was a corporation, they're not going to ever give it up to you. I can tell you that. Or me. They're never going to give up that power, right? It's in their hands right now. You would either need like an accident or some kind of holy shit, we gave up our rights on UBI. No, it does scare the hell out of you. They argued about it. I'll get those videos to you guys because they were able to. It was a first time deep dive for me, and specifically on UBI and AI and the ramifications of it all. I think it actually introduces like the danger of, I don't know if it's civil war or something like that, but revolt by the free world. Like I don't even think Europe's particularly doing anything to stop the evolution of it right now. No country is. They were discussing it in like these talks. They were discussing how there's such a mad dash for it that they don't care. It's like, I'll deal with it later when we get there. I think that was the point I was trying to make earlier. Mostly was people don't realize how close it probably is, or potentially. There's like a 30% chance, maybe 50, that this happens in 2 years. That is fucking huge. It is fucking huge. Unless you had every country sign an agreement today ending general AI, unless it was supervised, let's say, by all world leaders. They would have to be developed together as a group from countries that can do it. Let's say it like that. You'd need like all these countries that have viable, truly viable AI programs to sit at a table together, kind of like nuclear weapons. If you don't, all these guys' outcomes says there's going to be some form of pain, whether that's companies telling the world to fuck off, saying we're your new, literally we're your new god. Like one of these guys was like, it's potentially possible that some of these companies could just one day say we rule the world. We dare you to do anything. The other side would be people wake up and they demand change. They're like, okay, we're going to stop all this. All of our leaders are going to do this in concert. And we're going to find out a system for us all to keep busy and working. We want to keep the companies making money, but save people. And if they don't, the result is usually kind of brutal too. Yeah, it gets super dystopian. I don't even want to talk about it on the show because I'm speaking out of only hearing these things in this depth at this time, only recently. The dangers are crazy. I'm like, how do I simplify this? This is kind of like, we're kind of in a time where, realistically, anyone with some money can have some kind of a leg in this or a hand in this. It's not like when atomic weapons were developed, maybe what? We had 5 Nobel Peace Prize winners for that. So, and all those people were put into closed environments and lock and key, and it still escaped. But this is kind of like everybody having a set of plans for the nuclear bomb or atomic bomb, and the access to the materials for an atomic bomb. It's literally like that's a Wild West right now. And none of it's private. Some of it's probably private, but a lot of it is not. It's like you're asking for the buy-in of everybody, and everybody's under the cloak or auspice that, that's probably just small, the implications, but implications are massive, massively altering. And I don't think I've ever seen any, I don't think I can think about any time in history where something that new like that wasn't kept under wraps or used for some pretty bad shit to go down. In almost every outcome. You think about the Industrial Revolution. We didn't have workers' rights, right? Like kids working in the plants and in the mines and stuff, and the companies fought tooth and nail to not give any rights to any worker. And then you look at this right here, and it's kind of like, I would put some leverage out there if I was one of those crazy, psychos, right? The CEOs of some of these companies, like these guys literally could, at some point, just say "fuck you all." We run the world. It's that crazy. It really is. So now I can see why we're getting that blow off top, or I can see some of the argument for the blow off top. Blow off top this whole thing, and then let the fallout be the market blasting down, right? That's when the fallout takes place, either through an accident or through people snapping out of it. Bob on Main Street doesn't believe this stuff. I can assure you. Like, you go meet somebody that's not attached to the hip of the internet or to Elon or the newest, greatest, coolest thing, and they have no idea. They have like zero, like they can't grasp how close we are to it actually potentially happening sooner than they think. It's wild. Oh, yeah, I forgot about that when Zuck went to Congress. I forgot about that. The knowledge gap shown by people running the country on the matter was short of embarrassing. Yeah, AI, I think, is more dangerous. AI, to me, is like, there should be like a referendum in the world today. Like, it should literally be taken out of the hands of companies and oversight by nations. If that has not already happened to some extent. I'm assuming there's a lot of control in China. I would expect India to have a lot of control right now. They love tech, but they hate it too. And you can't go with an inReach to India. You get arrested. But it's terrifying. It had to make one prediction for the world for 100 years from now would be that if there are fewer humans and they're effectively zero middle class anywhere on Earth, either massively wealthy or the other side, UBI. That's probably the best outcome, or that's probably the most logical outcome. That's how companies want it to happen, I would think, Joe. I would think that's how a company would want it to happen. Netflix rolling over right now, a little bit of weakness in Netflix. Live and die by walking the plank on ERs tomorrow. We have a bunch of earnings scheduled for tomorrow. We have JP Morgan in the morning, Citibank, Wells Fargo, BlackRock, State Street, BNY. Then we've got Angio Dynamics, Albertsons, and Ericsson. After the close tomorrow, we get JB Hunt, Hancock Whitney, Omnicom Group, Fulton Financial Corporation, Pinnacle, Kystra, and WaFd Bank. Those are after the close tomorrow. We really kick off big, though, this week. We have 3 full weeks this month and then 2 half weeks. And in particular, this week, normally we get, or not normally, but sometimes we get banks and then we get tech the following week. This week we actually kick off with TSM on Thursday's open, and then we do Netflix on Thursday's close. International interactive brokers after the bell, then First National Bank, Martine Bank of the Ozarks, Simmons Bank, Western Alliance, Y-Pro, Metropolitan Commercial Bank, Cohen Stairs. Then Friday before the open, we get Huntington, 3M, Amex, Schwab, AliExpress, Comerica, Autoliv, SLB, Truist, and Regions. A lot more bank reports. So we do have a little bit of a mix of tech and banks for this week. We are walking the plank right now for those reports. And I think that even if we get that up move tomorrow in JP Morgan and Wells Fargo and BlackRock and State Street for tomorrow, I think that does give us the pushover for Netflix. I do have some puts on for tomorrow, just as a heads up to you, have a hedge on for the week. But even though I've got that hedge on for the week, it doesn't mean that I'm bearish in the week. I'll trade this market up the whole week on any pullbacks. Yeah, I read that one too. I read that one on Cloud. What's crazy was that he wasn't even connected to the internet. That Claude Opus 4 was not connected to the internet, and so not only was blackmailing but was lying, which was even more shocking. Well, that's what I thought, Joe, is that there's like everyone's so caught up in the positive AI news that's like intentional. And I think that works out most of the time. Like, I think most of the time when you're like, we'll price in this doom, and then we like look towards the next thing. You know what I mean? We price in the doom. You get, even if you get realized doom, we move beyond it, right? But I don't know how you move beyond this. Like whenever it happens, like I think you have to I think it's a massive change. I don't think it's something that you can look past. They talked about that too. They talked about the .com bust. But they said that you saw that the .com era. They said that about the internet, but they still like ramped it up and then dumped it all. Like they intentionally front ran that, and then we still saw a major correction, right? So if you had this, if you had the AI run up, and then we come into some doom or whatever, all the stuff's overpriced. I don't know. These companies aren't going to make it, but then we have some actual realized volatility along with that. What would that downside move look like? Yeah, it does make you wonder. It would be abrupt, though, wouldn't it? Is everybody in agreement on that? Anybody not in agreement? There, like that volatility is going to be one way or another, regardless of outcome. It's going to be a doozy. Yeah, it'll be abrupt. That's if they make it public, right? Yeah, I think that crash will be bad. I think that'll be a mess. It was giving me nightmares. Still holding the support up here. No drop here. We should park this right in the close right now. We should park sideways. Yeah, no, but I think that do you remember what the talk was though? So the talk during the rise of the internet was the economy is going to collapse because all these stores are going away. You remember that? Like Amazon came on the scene, Walmart was still on the scene, but it was like the end of Main Street USA, which it was the end of Main Street as we knew it. But the economy kept trucking along. Nope, like we worked it out, right? The economy just shifted. The money didn't go anywhere. This one, though, I don't know if it's the same. I don't know if it's the exact same outcome. Yeah, I think they did go away, but I think the unanswered part of that though was where does the money go? And the money kept flowing. It just flowed elsewhere. Like that was like complete transformation. Even our like when you go to like goods and services, services is insanely geared towards the internet now, right? It's not in person anymore. Let me just check SPY 30-minute velo here. Dude, I'm having all kinds of problems here today with hourly velo looks good here. $30-minute velo looks bullish. It doesn't look bearish. DJT, hold on. Don't like it. Why is that? You could make an argument for liking it. Let's go look at DJT really quick. Let's talk about rules. So here's DJT. It looks like it's bottoming here. I'm assuming, just looking at a baseline, I'm assuming that you're seeing this accumulation. Prior high, new high, impulse move. That looks like a bullish setup to me. The only thing that I don't like is I don't like this tight here. Yeah, I don't like all of this here on an hourly basis. Well, I don't like how low it's come. Man, it's holding its support here. It's like it's at like the last possible. But what I don't like here is this. See this move here higher for this new high? There's the prior high. And then this right here. If this wasn't a squeeze, right, for liquidity, this should have held. And if anything, half back of that should have held. This should have held up here. But it is meme-ish as it is. So theoretically, it's still looking for that up move. So I'd say this on it. I would not be a buyer here. Would not. And not only that, I want to show you the velocity on this thing. Your daily velocity looks kind of like shit. Still no new lows on a weekly basis here. On a 30-minute basis, here, your daily velocity looks like shit. What you need is a recovery to enter along on it already, or for where it is right now. And you have a gap back here, but that doesn't matter. So in my view, if I was going to trade this, I'd want to see any kind of constructive breakout. And they need to see this to even start. Need to see a new high off 1836. And until then, I'm bearish. So I don't think we're going there. I think we're going down here. Right there. That's where I think we're going. Yep, all that's been burned out. That's been taken out. And this is the last known place down here. So here. Could lend itself to why it's such a meme. Right there. I'd like to see that taken out right there. Just that first one, second one. 1741. So either a trade lower, 1741 to buy a dip, or a breakout outside of the hourly trigger. No dip buying here, though. No dip buying in my view. And that should round out the hourly velo for the next move higher. See if you can find anything like this. See that one right there? Here's one. Failed, went lower, one more time down. This all held. This all looks good. It's up above the daily trigger. That all looks great. Still no breakout on the daily trigger here. Like the accumulation, but more than likely lower. Would love to buy 1740. Still probably in consolidation. You guys want to see what I'm working with here? Didn't I already post? I'll post a new picture. I got a new office. I can show you guys my new office. I thought I posted my new office on like socials or something. I got new monitors though. I got big widescreens. Or I got 2 widescreens now. The other ones are just normal monitors. Market being parked sideways.
Voice news disconnected.
Dude, why does that disconnect me? 1 second here, guys. Give me 1 more second here. All right, I'm back here. Sorry for this for a minute, guys. We've got someone working in the background here. Expectations tomorrow for bank earnings. Upside move, sell the news on the open tomorrow. Netflix getting rolled down right now into their close, trading 1260.64. Market squeezing right now into the bell. Expecting good earnings from banks into the close tomorrow. Into the open tomorrow, not close. Trading 624.92 in a market pin. 62.70 was SPX gamma pin today. And I want to buy this JPM close. Can't do it. Stay with what I'm on. Like parked right at that fucking call wall. You see it down here? Still. This is the local top right here. This is the local call wall right here. Big up once, twice. Now parked once again. We need good reports to get above it.